Hello.
Hello? Is this thing on?
Yeah, this one is live.
Okay.
I did maybe 30 minutes or 45 minutes ago. I wanted to copy and paste somebody's name, but I sent an email to Aeon, and I still had the copy of the link. So I pasted the link in the side chat, and I rejected. I took it away, but still, somebody was watching.
Oh, sorry, I think I must have the thing. Sorry.
Well, I've been deleted. I've been deleted. My name, everybody is deleted. I wanted to copy and paste somebody's name, but I sent an email to Aeon, and I still had the copy of the link. So I pasted the link in the side chat, and I rejected. I took it away, but still, somebody was watching. No problem, Tom. It's all right.
Is it all okay?
Yeah, everything okay. Well,
that was weird.
I shared the link in the chat, but I rejected as soon as I can. But still, somebody was copying it and waiting until the moment that I was outside. So
somebody already inside the Hangout, though? Or which
no,
side chat do you mean? The public chat?
No, they only have to copy and paste the link. They don't have to join. They can put it in their URL and then go. They are already added in the Hangout then, and they can delete all the names, everybody who was in the call, and it's gone. Luckily, I'm outside and I was watching the chat, and I thought, what? I saw a blue, how do you call it? A blue man, blue avatar.
I don't know what you call that guy, the blue man.
Yeah, a blue avatar.
I don't get it though, Vinny, because you only give out the links to people you know. So how do they get that? I'm still not.
I posted it in the side chat. I copied and pasted somebody's name, and I wanted to send the link to Aeon.
Oh, okay.
So I copy and paste the link.
Yeah.
To send the link to Aeon. But when I wanted to copy and paste somebody's name, I clicked on the chat, and I did not do it on purpose, but I shared the link.
Oh, okay.
In the chat, so I took it away as fast as I could. But somebody was just waiting for it. He copy and pasted it, and just waiting for an hour or maybe an half hour.
Yeah,
and snapped the whole thing.
Jeez, man.
It's already done now. Oh, wait a minute. I see some messages. Thank you very much. Okay, I know enough. Now let's go on. I don't want to. Thank you very much, everybody, for the. I know now who it is, so thank you very much.
Oh, cool.
Yeah,
good, Vincent. Yeah, man. I mean, this thing is like, it's just, apart from being a pain in the arse, you know, it was funny every now and again, but it gets monotonous.
Tiresome.
What's that, Dave?
I said it's tiresome. They're just trying to wear us down with that shit, you know. Every time they get a chance, they just come in and shut us down.
Yeah, well, I will never. Well, this was the first time I shared it in the.
Yeah, that was a rare event.
Yeah.
I wanted to post somebody's name for like, hey, Aeon, I sent you the link, but I copy and paste the link and paste it in the chat, and somebody saw it and he pasted it. Yeah. Well, anyhow, it doesn't matter. We're back.
Oh well, I've never been sniped before, so it's my first time. So yeah, I've been indoctrinated. Yeah, I've never been sniped, so I can say I've been sniped. I've been on a panel where there's been sniped. I never have been, so I've always watched from afar. So yeah, it's weird, man. Yeah, it's a weird feeling. You just sit there and suddenly, what? You've been booted? What have I said?
Yeah, that was really weird. I was outside and I was watching the chat sometimes, and I thought, hey, everything was okay, and I wanted to jump in and say, hey, hello, Tone Overdrive on the panel, everybody on the panel, nice to see you all. And then I clicked again because I'm setting up all the things for the sound tracking.
Yeah.
Because I'm in contact with Antonio, and we wanted to do the sound track. Maybe maybe, not sure, but I'm setting up all those things, and I was watching again at the chat or the watch page, and it was gone. I thought, what? So I jumped upstairs, and well, everybody can join now. Again, I sent the link to the normal people. I will not be sending the link to the Hangout.
Yeah.
Everybody can just jump in, and you cannot be sniped at this moment. Nobody.
It's a sunny day here. Should be good in. Also in Rotterdam, it should be sun's out because it's sunny here. But they've been chemtrailing already. I was lying in bed from about 5:30 this morning. I noticed, and the whole sky's just been filling up. There was like crisscrossing to the north, to my north. Yeah, to my yeah. It was been chemtrailing like crazy, man.
Yeah, they are. It's a beautiful day. It's totally clear sky, and the only thing I can see, chemtrailing.
Chemtrail. I can see them spreading out as well. They're getting like wider and wider. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, people need to wake up to that. If they, even people I talk about chemtrails, let alone flat Earth, they don't even want to. They just ignore it. They're not even interested. The average person's not even interested whatsoever.
No. Even my neighbor, I told them, watch what they're doing upstairs in the sky.
The whole of the street should be coming out, all looking up and saying, "Oh my goodness," and going, to the local MP and saying what's going on. But nobody will. No one will stand by you.
The only thing they say, "Oh, that's an airplane."
Yeah.
I said, "Yeah, it is an airplane, but it's spraying." If somebody's in a journaling dispensary, please don't stop using the journaling dispensary as a chat at the moment, because not everybody has got the notifications off. So I will hear the sound all the time. But I will send the link. I will send the link there one more time. You can all join. It's unsnipeable right now. I'm here. I'm going outside to do some sun tracking. So.
Thanks, Vincent. Like I said, everybody appreciates all the guys you and Pete have done. Even said I haven't been around for a little bit. I still watch and I still participate when I can and still comment and say,
Yeah, I wanted to jump in with the phone and tell you, hey, hello, Antonio of Tom. Nice to see you again, and and well, I couldn't anymore because I was deleted. Anyhow,
I thought, oh my God, these guys are going to think it's me. I just come on there and the snipes. Horrible feeling to think that people might think it's you, It's like weird, man, No, man, it's not me, But I thought that everybody's going to think it's me, or something like that, It's like a horrible feeling.
Normally, I got this all the things open, and I can see who's joining and sniping it. But yeah, I was not here, so I cannot see it. I did not record it. But anyhow, it doesn't matter. We got legit people now here, and everybody's got the link, so they can do whatever they want. I'm gonna share the controls with you all who are right now here. You can screen share or change volumes, and I'm going back downstairs and having some fun outside doing the soundtrack if Antonio wakes up.
Yeah, you're going to put it on the stream as well. You're going to live stream it.
Why are they still? Oh, all right. Let it go. It's okay. No problem.
Are you going to show your the sun track again? Are you going to show it with live while you do it?
Yes, I did 2 days ago.
I saw that. Yeah, I saw that. Yeah.
But I made a mistake. My camera was exactly at the point when the shadow comes. The north and at noon, my camera was blocking the sun, so I had no shit. I'm sorry, I had no shadow.
Okay, yeah,
but it doesn't matter. I'm gonna if Antonio, let me check. Yeah, if Antonio wakes up and he sends me a message, okay, let's do it now, then we're gonna do it.
That's cool, man. Yeah, I can't stay for too long. I've got to go to breakfast and I've got something to do. So then, yeah. I'll pop on again sometime now. I'll stick around for another 5 minutes. Yeah.
Yeah. All right. Well, just have some. I was not Well, sometimes I did listen a little bit. I see you guys all have woman. Everybody had some fun.
Yeah.
So I ran back and opened a new one. It's okay, no problem. Somebody just came in the chat, saw the link, copy and pasted, and sniped it. It's all right, no problem. That's
Cool.
what they do. That's what they do. They cannot do anything else. That's
No.
not a problem. Just have fun, and I'll be running downstairs again because I'm busy.
Okay, thank you, Vincent.
You're welcome, and thank you everybody. Just joined the panel. Thank you everybody in the chat. I'll be back in a couple of minutes, maybe an hour. I'm not sure. Maybe.
Good luck.
Have a beer.
Have a beer. Who we got in the chat there? We've got Millennium. Hi, Millennium, man. Yeah. Night Angel. Yeah, Fiona, ADR. Yay. Cool, man. Of course, we've got Felix and Dave high on the panel.
Antone Overdrive.
Yeah. Tone's been on sort of a vacation for a while.
Dave, are you gonna put up your rig again today?
You talking to me?
Mm-hmm.
That's from a famous
wanted
movie,
to
that
ask
line, Dave.
Vincent-
That's
I
from a
wanted to
movie.
ask Vincent if it was okay that I put the link to my son thing on his Hangout dispensary, but I didn't get a chance to. He didn't say anything.
Yeah. You can do whatever you want. No problem. You can.
Because I had to do that to get my cell phone to come in with my cell phone to. I don't have an empty Hangout to use.
It doesn't matter. Just drop it wherever you want. It doesn't matter. It's okay. No problem.
It helped me out because then Felix came in and watched it with me.
You can screen share it. You can put it in the join link dispensary. Just put it everywhere where you want. It doesn't matter. I gotta run now, so you're free to do whatever you want.
Oh, we have controls to screen share. That's good.
There you go, Dave.
What do you want to screen share? The one from today or the one? I'd like to get that loop. Can we play that? The guy, or it's not a loop. It's like he shortened the whole thing down to like 8 minutes or something. Do you know the link to that one?
Not offhand, I don't. I could find it.
I actually searched for it a little bit today, and I came up with a North Pole. I'm not sure if we're allowed to show it, but it's really kind of interesting. This guy's a teacher. Oh, I already clicked it away anyway. But I searched for solar tracking, I think, and it was I could find it again, and it was the North Pole from a Coast Guard ship, and all it was is the sun going from left to right across, and it was even said the track of the sun. Like they still call it like it's a flat Earth, but then tell you it's a ball. Because it just looked like the track of the sun going by from left to right, like it would.
Like how high was it? How high up was it?
It was real low on the horizon, just barely above the edge. You know, the horizon, whatever you call it. Solar tracking. Let's try it.
Was it winter or summer? Did they say or?
It gave the date. It was either September, because depending whether they put the month first or the day first.
Cool, guys. I'm gonna go make some breakfast and stuff. I'll see you around, I'm sure, sometime. Be good.
All right. Take care of your arm.
Thanks for the chat, Felix and Dave and ADR.
Thanks for popping by.
Yeah, man.
By.
Yeah.
Are you coming back after breakfast?
Maybe not. Probably after lunch. Maybe I'll see what I'm doing. Yeah. I try and I sort of don't do some sort of many live hangouts. I haven't done them for so long, man. It's the first one I've been in ages, you know. So, yeah.
Well, this is the best place because we're the coolest people.
Yeah, everybody's cooler. There's too much division, you know. Everybody should be all equal, you know. There's too much like division, and oh, you don't like this one, and you can't because you don't like that person. You're not allowed to hang out with that person. All that has to stop, you know, because we're all in this. We're all in the same boat. Everybody needs each other, you know. We need unity, you know. That's the thing we need.
Right.
You know, all this bickering and infighting and personal attacks on people has to stop, you know. It really has to stop, because otherwise it's going to be all divided community going to their own places and things, which is silly, really, because you're all under the same umbrella, you know.
Yeah.
That's the troll's job, is to keep everything agitated. They're doing good at it.
Well, it's not only trolls, Dodd. Yeah. It's the trolls. I think we do it. We don't even need the trolls, because what I've seen over the past like 5 months, we do it ourselves, people, you know, because they just can't respect other people's opinion. You know, we just divide ourselves into it's like
infighting.
it's because you don't like that person, then because you like someone else, you're stuck in the middle. Who do you hang out with? People think you're cross, you don't hang out with them, but you don't. It's like it's all gone. It just gets out of hand, and then all these divisions come, and it's just pathetic, childish. And we all need to sort of grow up and say, you know, just stop personal attacks and just respect other people's opinions. Things would be so much easier, wouldn't it? You know.
Well, that's why I like working on projects and having common goals with people.
Yes, it's nice. Yeah, I think it's wonderful, man. You know, I think it's good. I've always supported like the 24-hour. It's really hard, you know. It's
and then in
do
the
a good
times
job.
that you're not doing a project or research or something, I mean, you can research in between, you know.
Yeah, nice, man. Yeah. I still watch all the hangouts, and I'm always there. I'm always listening and seeing what's going on. I've been on Discord a lot. That's quite nice. We have a lot of people on there. It's really nice. And then we just chat. We've got a music room. We've got a jam room. We've got a music bot. I do DJing on there. And it's nice and fun. You know, it's just something different again. It's not the same as a hangout. You know, never be the same as a hangout, because people like the hangouts.
So excuse me, I was watching the watch page downstairs. I came back, and somebody screen sharing something is not Creative Commons.
Okay, I'll stop.
If you screen share something, search for it and then click the filter and then Creative Commons. Then you can screen share it, but even without the sound, please.
Even without sound. Okay, I thought since it was a teaching thing, but I guess
No,
it does say standard.
Just look for Creative Commons, and
Okay.
sometimes, you know, it's even that bad. Somebody makes a video Creative Commons, but they put in a song from the Doors or a song from the Rolling Stones or whatever band.
Yeah.
They make it Creative Commons, so you think you can play it, but the sound will catch up and by the algorithm, and then we still get a copyright strike. So
Yeah, that's
I'm
no good.
glad you stopped me. Sorry about that.
doesn't matter. I was watching. I run upstairs. It doesn't matter. It's okay. You cannot know that.
Hopefully it wasn't a bust.
No. Otherwise, I get a notice here on the right side. I get a notice stop streaming. It's all right, no problem. But
I
if
put
you
the
wanna-
link in the side chat for anybody. It's a weird picture, sun from the North Pole.
All right, great. Thank you very much. But if you want to screen share something, screen share your own stuff or something that is Creative Commons, and then play it without the sound, please. Okay, I'm gonna run back down. Otherwise, I've got no connection anymore. See ya.
Yeah.
Right on.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thanks, Vin.
Poor Vincent up and down the stairs. Oh no, what they done now?
I guess I took a chance on that, but they don't want anything that's not create. I got it. Because a lot of that stuff people play, you know, just other people's videos or whatever. Nobody says anything, but it's possible that guy, that teacher, could go after you because it's a standard YouTube license.
Yeah.
They just don't want to take the chance or whatever.
Yeah, you guys should know all that now, though. You've been doing it long enough now.
Yeah.
I have played movies. I played the Trip to the Moon. It should be Creative Commons, but what I did was because it's what do you call that? There's no rights to it anymore. I lost track of the word. Think about this. When something's so old, nobody has a copyright onto it, right? So full screen share without the address on it. It's already in public domain. You see?
Yeah.
Something that's in public domain. It doesn't matter who posted it. So in order not to like have their channel or whatnot, show up, or their address, just put it in full screen.
Shout out to Millennium. I just threw the link to that Sun video in the regular chat there.
Yeah, I love looking at it just now. It seems nice, though. Yeah, interesting. The sun just seems to go along in a straight line, doesn't it? Almost like just saw. Yeah, from like left to right.
Yeah, it's perfectly level, just going from left to right.
Just going left to right, man. That's crazy. Yeah. I'm going to shoot, guys, because I've got something to eat and then stuff to do. I'll speak to you later. Thanks a lot for having me on, and nice chatting to you guys. Thanks to chat and everything, and to Vincent and Ponch. Yeah.
Right on, Tone.
I'll speak to you later.
Talk to you again soon.
Yeah, it was nice to talk to you guys again. Yeah, I miss you guys. Yeah. Have a nice hang up. I shall speak to you later. You good, eh?
What makes your microphone crackle like that? Do you know? Is it your connection?
Oh, me, yeah. I don't know what happened in there. Yeah, it crackles. It only does on Google Hangouts. So Yeki said it started about 3 weeks ago. I did Google Hangouts after about 5 minutes. It starts all going crazy. And it's not my interface. So maybe I need to reinstall Google Hangouts again. Maybe.
What do you hear?
Pardon? I hear you. I hear you.
What you just said is not right. Do full screen, you get a visual copyright strike.
You got a copyright strike already?
No.
Okay.
No, because
Felix
it's
said
public domain.
something. Public domain, it doesn't matter.
Yeah.
And you do it full screen. No. You get a visual copyright.
I didn't do full screen.
If it's something that's in public domain, like a very old movie, or something that's in the public domain, like an old book, you know what I mean? Nobody has the rights to it anymore.
Right.
You can show that, but
we're not going to try to show something like that.
Yeah, because I already looked it all up, like on the YouTube. What do you call it? There's a YouTube video on what you can and cannot do on YouTube to avoid copy. Sometimes, like for example, like the Sun video or whatever, or like a Creative Commons. If it's Creative Commons, sometimes people can let them play all through, and some of them, they're like, they say like don't plagiarize it, like the people will put it like right in, they'll put in Creative Commons, but then in their description they'll say like, you feel free to share this or parts of it, but please don't plagiarize and use this work as your own. And then they'll put the Creative Commons on it. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm.
I subscribe to a few channels that are like that. I've never shared any of their things. Like, I think that what they mean is go ahead and take some bits and pieces and use commentary, for like teaching or, not doing anything mean, because some people do that. They take bits and parts of people's videos and they make mean videos out of them,
Oh, yeah. That's sampling almost.
Yeah, but then there's other video producers. They want their stuff shared. They want, and they say so. That's why they put it on a Creative Comment.
Right.
So there's a lot of good science type videos. Phenomenon and things like that people are very willing to share, either whole or in bits. They just ask that you not put your name on it or take credit for it, which I think is fair.
Okay, well, I can play my own video though. He said I could do that.
Definitely can, if it's up to you.
It won't be. It's just from today.
Yeah.
Here. Wait, I didn't get it ready yet. Cancel that. Oh, here it is. It's going to be right here. I have too many tabs open, and then they get real small, and then you can't figure out what you got open anymore.
I've got 3. I can close 1.
Okay. Oh, I have at least
Hey,
6
there's
or
me.
almost 10. I got like 10 of them. It won't play the sound. It won't play the
You put it
sound.
on full size?
Can I?
Sure. Just
Um,
click the very bottom, like for making it full size.
if I do that, then I can't.
Go ahead. Just go
Wait.
ahead and click it for like full size. You'll be amazed.
Yeah, but then I can't watch anything except for that.
There you
I have
go.
a feeling it's gonna. Did it work?
Yeah, look at the watch page.
I can't look at the watch page now because I put it on full size.
Oh, okay. Oh, you're on your phone.
No, I'm on my computer, so it took over the screen. Now I can't do anything except for watch this video,
Oh, okay.
unless I had a second monitor. See, I'm pretty close to 5 centimeters with that nail, you must admit. We'll have to put our own soundtrack to it. Trying to get the nail in the center of the picture. Wasn't easy. I want to just make one where the nail's already permanently there and the rain can't damage it and stuff like that. And I just pull it out and orient it north, and I'm ready to go. See, that's a double confirmation. I had quite a short shadow. It's just under 2 centimeters. 1.9 was that time. It was 1.8 on the when I did it with Antonio. When I did the video on his sun tracking. See, the problem was I didn't. I had my computer over there, and I never set to screen share just the cell phone picture. So if I wasn't talking, then it would go away. But you learn little tricks as you go, I guess. Look, that's a pretty good shot of it. That was right there. You can see the 10th. It's 1.9.
Yeah, I was trying not to say much.
It came out fine.
'Cause
Yeah,
then if
right.
you
That must have been
say
it.
anything, you'd be like, "Were you there?"
It's a nice little obelisk there that I made. That's an interesting shot.
Yeah, it's pretty good. You know, I kept mine together, so I could just reorient mine to the north because I kept everything together.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I was where I showed the aquarium. That was my box to stand to my table. But it wasn't mine. It was just sitting there, and so I just used it. The guy who owns the shop doesn't care. He just had it sitting out there.
They just left it be.
I don't even know why he has an aquarium out there in front of his shop. An empty aquarium. That's a lot of lines considering you really only need that one section to do what you got to do. But I guess that oh, the thing that I don't understand really, I haven't thought about it, but why do they have to orient that thing to the south in New Zealand instead of to the north?
I would just set it to the north just to see.
No, I
Put a
mean,
pillow.
they still orient it to the north, but the nail. How does that work? The shadow points to the south instead of to the north. Solar noon for them is when the nail shadow passes the south line. That's why that thing needs to be the whole circle like that.
Wow. So like you're saying, like on the other side of the tropic, that you close to what you're close to the Tropic of Cancer, correct?
I'm directly on top of it.
Oh yeah.
But for New Zealand, he had his shadow facing to the south at solar noon, not facing to the north.
That's wild.
So that just means that the sun, he looks to the south for his peak sun, whereas I got to look to the north.
Well, on your thing, I still.
But that doesn't mean if he's already south of me, why is he looking south to see the sun? That's the shadow. The shadow's still to his right, but it's pointing.
The shadow's going to the south, and
okay, that makes sense. Yeah, that makes perfect sense.
The sun's overhead.
Yeah, because it's over me, so when it gets to him, it's putting the shadow towards the south.
So that just confirms my bias.
Or wait, no, it's not over me. It's to my north.
That confirms my bias that the sun, I'm very biased, cannot see the whole plane.
It's to my south. No, wait. Yeah, the sun is to my south, and the shadow points to the north. That's what it is.
Correct. But
whereas the sun is to his north, and the shadow points to the south. It's between us.
But your shadow's much shorter than my shadow.
And it was shorter than his too.
Right, and I put my I after the sun tracking thing was over that day, I went back upstairs and I set it down and back again, and I reoriented it because I was getting the sun was due west. So the shadow was pointing to the east. It was so long. It was longer than the board.
Yeah, what was up with that? That means that would be like at the North Pole, that video I put the link out for. The shadow would be way off the page on that one. Did you see that? Did you get a chance to look? Well, I showed it. I screen shared it. You saw how low the sun was, right? It's barely up in the sky. But it looked like it was done in September, which is what, the summer, September, October. It's the fall. Fall equinox. I think that's the end of the video. But now we need to find a link to that, the condensed one.
Yeah.
Anybody knows the link to that?
Well, I used my cell phone. So if I do something like leave it there for a while to watch it go around, I would have to probably grab the Wi-Fi and plug it in upstairs into the wall, because I have DSL. So I could just plug that into the wall there, the phone jack, and then run a cord to power to my phone, so my phone doesn't run out of batteries. Because before, when I did it on the roof, I was off of the Wi-Fi, so I was using the my cell service, which I really don't like to do very often because it uses data.
I know. I got a data warning the other day. I was down to 12% of the. No, I had 12 days and I was down to 10%.
So I could do that, just rig something up with a C clamp for the phone or whatnot, and just let it sit there.
Yeah, I guess a selfie stick has like a little clamp that clamps around the body of the phone.
I don't have like a clamp or a, one of those things for my phone. I don't even have a case for it.
I don't have one either, but it's a good way. You need some kind of holder for the phone, though. That maybe like a.
Maybe I could rig it to my tripod with a C
I
clamp
just solve everything with tape. I would just use tape
tape.
because you could get some sticks and some tape and
Sticks and
fine-
tape. Yeah,
a
tape
fine
will.
tripod. Where's
I can
my-
level my tripod too. Because the roof isn't totally flat. It does have pitch to it.
It can't be perfectly flat, especially if you get a lot of snow, right?
Right. Yeah, it's got a good pitch to it. As a matter of fact, where I was sitting, did you see those letters that I had at the top of the board? It said flat on it. Well, that's
Yeah,
from
yeah.
it's
Cartoon
from my
letters. Yeah.
grandchildren's alphabet board, and I had to use it took exactly 3 letters stacked on top of each other to the north side of my board, to make up for the pitch where I was at, to level it. I might find something different than the letters. I don't want to lose them. Maybe I have some shims in the garage or something.
Actually, I haven't actually checked. Did you ever go to time and date and type? You go to follow this,
Nope.
all the different tabs. You
Nope.
go
I didn't
find
go
out
to
the
time and
exact.
date at all. I use a local station. It's
How do you even
a
go to
weather.
that site? Is it called AND? Time
No,
and date?
I went to a local weather station. Wonderground. I'm not sure if you're familiar with it. They provide astronomical data and stuff like that, but the station is local, so it gives you your barometric pressures and stuff and all that. And that it could have been like on because it said 44, but I'm kind of at the end of the time zone. I don't know, it might, you know what I'm saying? I'm at the end of the Eastern Standard Time Zone. I'm like not far from like where the division is into Central Time, like Chicago time. It's only a short drive.
I went to time and date. It says that the sun altitude was -62, and I remember 0.8, and I do remember reading 63 on the paper. And then this next solstice is June 20th. Says the distance of the sun 92.711 million miles.
See, that's why I went on the local station, and I even said I said the call letters for it too.
Do I have to go to another step to find solar noon now? What's the next step?
You're fine.
No, I wanted solar noon. I found the town, and it says sunrise, sunset, and day length, but that was under sun calculator.
Well, I know the position. Yeah, I know the position of the house because all I have to do is like there's a file on my desk. Now I have to do is pull the file from the closing papers from buying the house. And
I'm trying to find the solar noon. Daylight. I'm going to have 12 hours and 12 minutes of daylight.
You can test that too by, going on your, because there's the twilight, civil twilight, the sunrise time. You know what I mean? There's like all these different times. And then it goes opposite, when the sun goes away. So yeah, we're twilight, civil twilight, and
Yeah,
sunset.
but that's all. I'm looking for solar noon. I got lost in my navigation process. It's just giving me sunrise and sunset.
Hmm.
There's another tab that I need to find somewhere. Sun and moon, sun calculator. I went there. And then from there, where do you go?
I don't know, but I don't, does Wonderground, can you get Wonderground?
Get
Because
it?
all you do is you type, you, I just type my town and my zip code, and then in the search, then you just type Wonderground, WUNDERGROUND.
And then it's going to give me the solar noon for my town.
Yeah, if it works in Hawaii, if you have a station near you, because it all goes on stations. So it's kind of like if you want to set up a weather station.
Oh, here it is.
You do it
Solar
in your
noon.
yard.
I found it. I found it. Okay.
Yeah, you could do it in your yard.
March 21st. Yeah, it was. Oh, they said it was. Yeah, going to be at 12:32. It's supposed to be at 12:32. Also today when we did it. And tomorrow.
So
It's
so
the
where are you
same for
getting it?
1, 2, 3 days in a row. It only changes 1 minute every 3 days.
Mm-hmm.
According to this website, and it's telling you that in the next column the sun is going to be 92,000,698 miles, and then the next day it's going to be 92.725 miles away.
Right. That's why I say try Wonderground, because they don't have any nonsense like that in there. That, well, the moon's this far away. No, the astronomical data that they have is actually like what your, declination and elevation and all that stuff.
70 degrees, they're saying, is the
Yeah.
angle. 70 degrees. And what was the... That's pretty... I think it was like 68 on that paper or something.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so that's how you find your solar noon, and it's today. What time did I say? I think that's about what time it even said what we said,
Did you say 122?
or 1:23 or something. Yeah,
Okay.
I don't know. I could watch the video. I still have it up, but we can't hear the sound when I'm presenting it because my
You got it muted.
computer doesn't play the sound when I do a screen share.
It looks like it's muted.
It's paused right now.
Hit the
When I just
unmute
started.
button.
It's not muted. I mean, like I said, it just won't play the sound.
Hover over it.
Oh, it is
See?
muted though.
There you
I think I have to change the studio mode too. What did I just do here? I went to a different video.
go.
Are you hearing it? But are you hearing it through my mic?
A little bit. What would be interesting is to know how much time goes by from one point to the next. because when I first took mine up, it was at about the about 310, 320, somewhere over there, kind of like where that, line goes between 310 and 320, 315. And it was like right around there. And it took quite a while for it to get to the high noon. I kept running outside like, how long does this thing take to move?
It's that watch water doesn't boil thing, because it seems like it's taking forever, and then right when it passes by, it seems like it goes so friggin' fast.
Oh yeah. It's like epoxy. When's it gonna
Epoxy.
harden?
I've used epoxy. That's one of my
It's one of my favorite smells.
specialities. It's one of my. No, I wear a mask, but it's one of my specialties. Composites.
Yes.
Use epoxy in those composites. That's what race cars are made out of, and airplanes, and a lot of boats. The better boats are.
Smell it.
They use carbon fiber and epoxy.
Yep.
On the real expensive shit. Otherwise, they just try to injection mold some other cheaper shit.
Well, I told you.
I think Corvettes might be made out of fiberglass. I don't know how they make Corvettes anymore. Originally, they made them in a mold like a boat out of fiberglass.
Yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I think they did that.
Oh, we're gonna get sniped. We're talking about Corvettes.
Oh, geez, no cars. This is only talk about surfboards. Because water is flat and roads are flat. But
Yeah, so it actually occurred earlier today. If I had everything lined up right, because we said it was 12:24.
Yeah.
And in the book that we just looked at, it said 12:32.
Yeah.
Or the chart or whatever.
Mm-hmm.
And last time it came later. So I don't know. Probably the second time was more hasty, and I don't know. We watched it for quite a while. It was pretty much the shortest shadow when we timed it. I don't know.
There it is.
Now I got to just keep doing it all the time and find out. Like, you got to repeat it enough to find the pattern, and to make sure you're doing it right.
Yeah, I might do it like every few days. Maybe I'll check it like along with moon phases or something like.
Mm-hmm. My first step is to get it mounted permanently on a board with the center nail permanently in there. It's kind of going to be dangerous, though, that way. A nail sticking out of a board. At least I have the nails cut off.
Yeah, what I did, like I used I keep thinking Durbin about that. Hold on. I'm trying to think of the name of it. I used an epoxy goober, and I put that on the bottom of the nail. It held and it hardened, but like I said, while I was out, damn it, when I was out, there was a gust of wind, so it knocked it. It just flipped the paper like it did yours. So my nail dislodged, because paper is not going to hold with epoxy. You know what I mean? So, I mean, it will temporarily. So I taped it, and then my tape got all kinds of epoxy goober on it. Oh, well.
Did you ruin your roll of tape with epoxy?
No, it's just the tape that I put around the base of the nail. It got like epoxy boogers on it. Just didn't look as pretty as it did when I first put it together. I ended up like using a ton of tape. I started taping, and then like the poster board that I had the compass on, it started to like flip up from the board. So like even though I had it taped, it was still like wind was getting in between the main board and in the backboard. It's like moving around, and I'm like, oh, this can't happen. So I just grabbed my square and I threw my square down on top of it. Because that's how I oriented everything. Use the compass, and then I took to the center of the, right exactly on the center, and then right along that 90-degree line, and then I ran it up, and then I made a dot, and then I put my compass on the center of that dot where it was sitting.
Mm-hmm.
And even though it's like a suction cup type of compass, I put tape under it, double-sided duct tape, and I made like a little loop with it, and then I slammed it down on top of the duct tape, and it held it really nice. It didn't shift at all.
What's double-sided duct tape? I don't think I've heard of that.
It's really weird. It's duct tape, right? So you peel it back, right? And then you cut it, and then you just like take one side off and the other side off, like sticker, like sticky back. But the sticker's on either side of the tape. It's really bizarre. Well, it's on one
I
side.
like
Actually.
double-sided tape. There's a few different kinds.
Yeah. Yeah, it's good for like sometimes I might, like, if I'm taping off a molding, okay, I'm painting a molding, I'm refinishing a molding, I might use like double-sided tape to, like, I just use newspaper. So like you don't like slop down the wall. You know what I mean? You're doing like trim work, and you don't want paint splops to go. Accidents happen. So yeah, double-sided tape is good for that. Nice clean edges, and it don't fall down. I use double-sided tape to hold tarps to floors too, so they don't, on hardwood floors, so they don't shift away from baseboards. You're staining a baseboard, you don't want to get the stain on the hardwood floor if it's a different color or stain. So yeah, I've devised all kinds of weird things.
Yeah, that's painting. You don't want to get drips is your big deal.
Yeah.
It's a huge nemesis getting paint everywhere when you're doing paint job.
Yeah. Well, first you go and refinish all the wood, strip it, and then
Stain, same thing with stain. Stain's even more touchy.
I don't. Well, generally what I do, like, to make sure the moldings are like nice and tight against the walls, first you strip them. Then if there's any chipping of paint or anything like around moldings, tape the moldings up. You don't have to like be perfect about it, but fill in any of that and smooth it out, for the prep. Prime it, then go ahead and stain the wood. Then after the wood's stained, then you cover it, and then with the perfect tape, you can use like Frogger green or the Scotch blue or whatever. You run it along so it's like nice perfect edge,
So
And then-
taping off your baseboards, how does that work on a flat earth?
It's level.
It wouldn't be possible, would it? Because it needs to be. You're going to need some Coriolis assurance in order to pull
Yeah,
off a
it
job
should.
like that.
Yeah, Coriolis insurance. Yeah.
I know. I can sell you some actually. Do you got money?
Is it like when you're sitting on the floor for so long and like you're like, stroking out the baseboards, and like you're at kind of a low altitude on the floor there,
Yeah.
you're kind of working hard cleaning the wood up, getting all the old varnish off it. I've even used paint guns, heat guns. Oh, and then you stand up really fast and you get dizzy. Is that Coriolis?
That must be what it is, yeah.
Yeah.
Or your blood rushing to your head.
Is it Coriolis when you stand up too fast?
Yeah, I hate that fainting feeling.
Are you like meditating and the phone rings?
It's like 10,000 spoons when all you need is a knife.
I was just thinking of that song earlier because I was looking for a screwdriver and all I could find was wrenches.
All you're looking for is a flathead screwdriver, and they're all coming up Phillips.
Yeah.
See, I guess my dad was a lot more organized. He had like a little holder, I guess, maybe for the screwdrivers, so that you could see an equal
Like
selection of both.
I have my
Phillips
main
and
toolbox, and then I have a tray. So whatever tools I'm working with at the time go in the tray. When I'm done with them, they go back where they belong.
Yeah,
Well,
that works.
I live with somebody else who doesn't do that. So he just like tosses his screwdriver in the drawer, puts it in the wrong drawer.
Yeah, the old school ways you have it all up on the wall and the pegboard and stuff or whatever.
Yeah,
And
I've got the
holders for
pegboard,
different things.
but like sockets and stuff like that. You like put the socket
socket
back.
too.
It's got a
Okay.
fitting. Just put it back on the fitting again. And then it's like, well, where is it?
Yeah, good old sockets.
Doesn't happen when you're in charge of your own tools. Somebody else messes with your tools. It can be a point of contention within the household.
Could be. Everybody needs their own tools, I guess.
That's your toolbox, and this is my toolbox. Here's a line in the middle of the garage. Here's your side of the garage, and this is my side. Oh,
At
shit.
least you have a garage. I don't have a garage.
3-car. And it's deep, too. So, like, I don't know. My garage is larger than most people's houses. Sometimes I feel bad. But, yeah, like, you pull a car in, and there's still probably about a good 8 feet.
Deluxe. I think my dad had a 3-car garage, or I guess it's my mom's 3-car garage now.
Houses. Sometimes I feel bad.
There we go. We got a new.
Hey, there's Flat Truth. He's the guy who has the video that's
Yeah, he's the guy that we needed to talk to.
yeah. Look at that.
Hello, people.
Hi.
How you guys doing?
All right.
Got a 3-car
Good.
I guess it's
You
fine.
have your
Thank
watch
you.
page off?
There we go.
Okay.
I can hear
Ryan
now.
Walsh says he has a lovely moon.
So what are we all talking about today?
We were looking for the link to your video that you condensed all the solar noons.
Mm-hmm.
Well, let me see if I can put it in the side chat.
Put it in both, or I'll put it in the other one if you put it in one.
Sure.
If you want to, if it's not a problem, if you want to play it, you can, Vince. So that's all right if it's all right with you and it's yours. And so long as there's no music or anything copyrighted in the background of it.
Right. Yeah, I made one without the music. I did another one, so. Let's see if I can.
I actually tried to find it today, but I don't know if you had no flat Earth tag on it or what. But it was. I tried a few different tags and I never found it.
I don't know. For some reason, my channel list seems to be hard to find.
Huh. Isn't that weird?
Yeah, you type it in and it doesn't show up. They don't like me.
I think I'm the only me in the United States, but out of the United States, there's other Felix Siams, like in the Philippines.
Huh.
I know my name is just a play on words.
That just your pen name?
Yeah, I'll always know you, Felix, because you have your own personal water tower.
I know. That's like it's on the far end of the park that's next door to me. There's a park playground of grills and stuff, and it's a few acres next door. And then towards the back of it, that's where the water tower is. But if you stand in certain places of my yard, it looks like it's in the backyard, but it's quite a ways away. It's just it's big, so it looks close. There's actually 2 towers. There's one here, and then there's one in the industrial park.
Ah, okay. I shared it into the Hangouts. And
They don't get the artesian well. They just get the groundwater. So is Mike going to have to look for his video?
yeah, I just put it into the Hangouts chat.
Oh, okay.
So it is there now, and I'm just sharing it into the side chat. Okay. So I don't know how to play it into the Hangouts. That would be up to you guys.
Yeah, Dave knows how to do that stuff.
24 hours of sun, no music track. Is that it?
That's the one.
Okay.
Yeah, that was
Your
a good
flat
day.
truth. Your
Yeah.
flat truth, then.
Yeah, like I say, even when you type flat truth into YouTube, it doesn't show up.
How weird.
It is very strange. I prefer to stay hidden in the background anyway.
All right, so
Yeah.
now I guess I have to do a full screen.
Hey, that's my roof.
So you guys were talking about tools and flathead and Phillips, but do you know
I
about
was, yeah.
the Robinson screwdriver,
The Canadian Square, yeah.
the Canadian
Now we use a
Square?
lot of the Star, whatever those are called.
Well,
Yeah,
Ford.
see, the Canadian Square, Ford company, the guy who invented Robinson, Ford company wanted to use it because it seems to be a better screwdriver, but the guy wouldn't let them. Robinson
we call
wouldn't.
them S screws. And a lot of drywall screws these days are coming with the squares in them. So I've got drivers for those.
Yeah.
I have an electric driver. It's really cool. It's a Hilti. Just
That guy had a really short shadow. Who is that? Oh, wait, that's
you.
mine.
That would be yours. We don't like to talk about people's shadow lengths.
That's very personal, and everyone
Yeah.
was showing
Yep.
them.
People get shadow envy.
Show us your gnomon.
Why did it jump? Was I one of the first ones or something? It seems
No,
to
he
be
just jumped
pretty
it forward.
early on. Are these chronological?
No,
You gotta
unfortunately.
go back.
You got to go back, actually. Yeah, they are somewhat chronological, but I think you started somewhere in the
Oh, I'm
midpoint.
already up to 4 minutes. How did that happen?
You're a professional. I thought you Hawaiians were really laid back, and here you are rushing through life.
I don't know how. I must have clicked, you know, on the bar by accident. Does this look right now? It's people talking mostly.
Yeah, that's what it'll be. It'll be, yes, there's where it starts. But we
Yeah, I
got
didn't
no,
want to
got no sound here.
myself. I didn't want to show
I didn't
myself
know.
and talk. I just wanted to like get it out there and make sure that they caught my measurements and get out.
So what does this represent? His location?
Ooh,
No,
pretty.
you'd have to hear the talking, because what I did is I put certain people in at certain times because of what they were saying, too.
Yeah, he just cut
Oh,
out the
you did
gobbledygook.
an editing job? There's one right there.
Yeah. See, the first two, this is, that was the very first one, actually. That was down in
Vince's, I think. Isn't
Birmingham. No, Birmingham actually came up first.
Oh,
and then,
okay.
Then Vincent's, because his came up at 11:56, and then Vincent's came up at 12:01. And then we got, there's Vinny's, who came up now.
Hmm.
And you could see that Vinny's shadow, actually, you didn't see Antonio's shadow, but his was 5.4 or something, and you can see that Vinny's was 6 there, so that means he's further north. Definitely, because the shadow's longer.
No, because if you take the curve into account, oh
What
yeah,
curve?
further north. No, the curve of the shadow. Curve of
This
the
is
shadow
turning
on
into
the
a comedy
plane.
show, Dave.
The curve of the shadow on the flat plane is what I was talking about.
Yeah. Yeah, so
Because the sun going by would possibly make a curved shadow, so something that's not further north and south, but further east and west might not.
yeah,
Like
see,
something that's further east might hit later because of the curve or something.
yeah, but high noon will always be the shortest point of the shadow.
Yep.
So it's like your shadow was so short because the sun's sitting right above you, pretty much. Whereas, because the sun's sitting above you, anything north of that will have a longer shadow, and anything south of that will have a longer shadow.
Right. So it checked out. I mean, both models work on that
Yeah.
as far as some of the stuff.
Well, they say that, but really, the globe model doesn't
That's why I
work at
said
all
some of them.
because it would be all your angles would be slightly off because you'd be on a curve.
Yeah.
So all the angles would be slightly off.
Are we
And
finding that they did match or they didn't match to the
Oh.
official story?
Well, they don't match. Nothing matches to the official story,
Right.
especially on the south when date and time and everything is out by half an hour. That says that everything is expanded in the south.
Everything is expanding because it's off by a half hour. Uh-huh.
Yeah. Well, that would be my impression. Because
I've always been looking for some proof of that it really is further around out there.
yeah, because you're like on the spokes of a wheel. The further out you get on the wheel. So it does make sense. But we need more. We need more data points. Is what we need. We need a consistent, like every hour. We need somebody on that hour spot.
Yeah. And another thing is, because time zones are so many miles away from each other,
Yeah.
and so there's such thing as your local minute time, which mine would be, I mean, like I could be talking to somebody, like, Tony or Carl or Larry. Hey, it's dark there already. It's dark over at Jibby's house, and it's broad daylight here, and it's the same time.
Yeah. Yeah. Exactly.
I'm only an hour drive from Chicago, so like I'm at the edge. So I mean, I could,
I think the more that we do this, and the more people we get involved,
yeah,
our data will get much better. And we need to, I think, get something a little more consistent. Like I was saying to Antonio, we need like a plastic tray that has a compass and a level already on it that you set the sheet of paper right onto that already has a pin. So everyone gets the same platform to use. And if we all have the
you
same
needed
platform.
to do is have something flat, have that compass sheet and a 5 centimeter nail.
Yeah, but people argue things because they'll say, oh, well, it's not perfectly consistent. It's just eliminating the argument.
Yeah. I have my own tools, and they're probably a lot better than some that other people have,
Yeah.
you know?
Well, that's what they'll say, well, his wasn't as good. But once you get enough data points, if you get 1,000 people that we're all doing it, then you get
Right.
1,000 data points.
Somebody's got a leveled board. It's very simple. Somebody right there has a leveled board.
Yeah.
They're pointing due, north from their compass, and they got, 5 centimeter nail, and here it is, and see ya.
See, my thought is you don't even need a compass if you're tracking before. So the sun's going down, and you get to the shortest point of your arrow. Then you'll see when your shadow starts to lengthen. So at that dip, that's solar noon. You don't even need anything to tell you when solar noon is. The chart itself will tell you
I
when
use the
solar noon is.
compass to orient my board to north.
Yeah.
Compass,
Yeah,
an
that's
actual
because
compass.
we're only picking one point.
Yeah, an actual compass. I use the compass to measure. It has tips, very sharp tips, and I use it to measure how long my shadow was. And then I set it up next to this half of a protractor because it is centimeters.
Oh, this guy was great in Latvia. He was fantastic. He said there's about 200 people that he's in touch with in Latvia alone that are all flat earthers.
Yeah.
And that was brilliant.
There's a bit of a language barrier, so as long as somebody can translate, like Sergey, he can translate. If there's people on survey, we've got,
Well, it'd be nice to get some people in China. I can speak a bit of Chinese, so that's all right.
That would. So people in Philippines and China, maybe somewhere like out, in like Kazakhstan or something.
Yeah, or somebody right at the southern tip of South America too. We got southern tip of Africa, so.
Yeah, Tierra, is it Tierra, Argentina? That's pretty close.
Yeah.
To the bottom there. That would be a real big help to have somebody in the very south of Argentina and somebody in the very south of Chile, possibly on the coastlines, or close within 100 miles of the coastlines.
Yeah, that'd be excellent. And somebody where the globe changes. So when we take the globe and we split it into this flat Earth, Samoa. Samoa is a very important place if we can find somebody in Samoa, because that's the point that it splits and kind of fans out. So you would know if it's fanning out.
And Samoa is also like an American, let's say colony, but it's kind of like Puerto Rico in a way.
It's, American Samoa. They have their a territory, I think.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. American Samoa is actually a key point, because that's where when we take the globe and we put it into a flat Earth, that's where it changes.
It's got the weird stitching. The stitching. I think Antonio and I were laughing about the stitching like during last fall. Looks like it's stitched together. Yeah. Well, is that also? I have a friend up in Alaska who could possibly do that too. In Seward.
Yeah. Seward, Alaska is great. I've been there.
Yeah, Seward.
Seward, ah.
And then his well, she's my friend too. Her family lives out into the Bering Strait.
Oh,
So,
that'd be great.
Yeah.
So yeah, it's just a matter of us getting together and slowly. Well, obviously it's working because we're building up more and more people anyway. So.
And I wouldn't be afraid to approach somebody that is into flat earth, or not the trolly kind of people, or the assholes or anything, but somebody who really doesn't or hasn't like really, maybe might know a little bit about it or whatever. Just get somebody else who's to get involved in it.
Well, I did that with a couple. I assaulted a couple people in Australia. I said, "Come on, I just want you to do this little experiment for me." And they said, "What it's for? What's it for?" And I says, "Oh, it's just a little experiment. We're just tracking the sun." So, yeah, they're not flat earthers, but they're going to be on board next time. So that's good.
Yeah. There's nothing wrong with it, It's just like, look, we're conducting an experiment, and you don't even have to, like, you can mention, there's some people that, think about, a flat Earth realm, and there's other people who, still think we're in a globe, but we're finding inconsistencies, with maps and dates and times. Would you be interested in joining us to, get these things together? Because and so many people are depending on GPS to take them places, the ground positioning system.
Yeah, yeah. I still haven't used any of the sat navs. I don't like them.
I have an app in my phone, and it got me out of a place when I was lost. I just turned it on, and I got lost here. I was like already like I passed the Ohio border, and there's like no signs there to tell you you're in Ohio. Nothing looks different. It's way out in the country, Like, oh wow, I overshot myself by about 12 miles. I'm just driving around looking at barns and silos and cows and sheep and cornfields.
Yeah, but you
Am I
find out
going the right way?
you find out so much more when you just do that.
Right. If I know where you're at.
I never get lost. I just get delayed.
So I had to backtrack. Because some of the roads are dirt. Some of them are paved.
Yeah.
Well,
Yeah, they seem to be all paved here.
get on a bumpy, washboarded dirt road, driving on a washboard.
Yeah, I'm used to that in Canada. I'm moving back to Canada in the end of June. So I'm gonna go right to the plains of Saskatchewan. So I should get some really good footage and things there. And then I'll be in Canada for a year. Then I'll move to South Africa, I think.
Wow, your work takes you there? Must be quite an adjustment moving every year.
Well, I've been in England now for 15 years.
Oh.
And I lived in New Zealand for a bit, and yeah, I just like being different places.
Did it feel different in New Zealand? Like feel different?
Oh, New Zealand is it's weird when you're looking up at the stars in New Zealand because you get used to the stars in the northern hemisphere, and then you start to look at the stars in the southern hemisphere, and you feel completely lost for a bit, but you do adjust. And I don't know, things just have never ever seemed right on a globe. The globe never ever felt right.
No.
But for some reason, knowing that you live, well, just knowing that water is always flat. I mean, that's simple as that. Water's flat. It doesn't pick and choose when it curves.
No, it runs down slope. It squeezes through cracks. It goes however to seek itself, to seek its level, even if it's forced up, you know, by heat or other actions, you know. It's forced up into clouds eventually. It's gonna come back to itself again and seek its own level.
Yeah, and then finding out, well, looking at air and how air moves and everything. Air behaves just like water.
Water seems to be pretty protective of itself, though. It will reject water, whereas water can be in air, and air doesn't seem to really eject water. It seems like water wants to go back to water,
Yeah.
you know? But it seems water rejects air. And air doesn't really reject light either. Whereas, you know, the deeper you go with water, you know, it gets darker as it gets deeper.
Yeah, so the water above us must be really deep if there's a firmament and there's water above. See, I don't know. I don't know what to think. All I know is it's like I've said to somebody about 9/11. Once you know something's wrong, so we know that something's wrong with the globe, that's all you need to focus on. Something's wrong with the globe. We don't know what the answers are,
Yeah.
but we'll search for the answers.
We just know from, you know, basically, I mean, every human culture has an explanation for dark and light. So we know there's daytime and nighttime. So there's nothing unusual about that because it happens all the time. It's just this the sun is within the vicinity. It's bright. You know, if it's clouded over, just gets dispersed everywhere.
Yeah, it does. Yeah, it does.
Sometimes it's brighter. Sometimes it's brighter inside the house. You know, when, you know, because I got some north-facing windows. If it's cloudy out, sometimes it's actually brighter in the room than when it's sunny out, because those windows are in the shade, covered over by a porch and the other part of the roof of the house. So on a cloudy day, sometimes it even seems lighter inside the house.
Yeah, I know what you mean. I have like where I'm moving to. My friend lives in Saskatchewan, and he gets real poor signal. And one day he's getting a really good signal. I says, "I bet it's cloudy out." And he goes, "Yeah, it is." And I says, "Well, because everything's bouncing off the clouds, you get a better signal. People think when there's clouds out that you don't, your signals get worse, but they actually improve because they got more surfaces to bounce off of."
It's absolutely true, and that could be a very good reason why there are certain sprays that are hooked up to airplanes, and they spray metallic particles. Some people think they're coming out of the jet engines, but a lot of them are just hyper sprayers. Air shot through them.
Yeah, I never thought about that. That could be it. They try to improve the signal in certain areas at certain time.
And yeah, because, all right, have you ever heard of Eric Dollard?
Oh yeah, I love them.
Okay, he was talking about how his thing is, what he does is measure the sun. I mean, he measures it, okay, and makes a correlation of how it affects the grounds for earthquake prediction and also for broadcasting. And he had mentioned in one of his lectures that the sun is like losing power, or like it's not pumping out as much plasma as usual. So that affects the ionosphere and it weakens it. And he had mentioned, how, there's a time, I don't know, probably like about 20 years ago, where it was almost impossible to use shortwave radio because of the lack of ionosphere. Or the lack of the signal strength, you know what I mean? It got reduced. High sunspot activity.
Right. Yeah. Yeah. They sure made him out to be a nutter. They've destroyed him in a lot of ways.
That was that.
But that's what they always do. They assassinate people's characters.
Yep, that group of people went in there, and I don't know. They even put money forward to try to help him with another lab. And when he figured out what they were doing, I mean, he shut them down, and I don't blame him.
Yeah, that's what they do. They try and buy your soul with money and everything like that.
Yeah,
so once you sell yourself out, and
exactly. He kicked them out. That was just the thing. He kicked them out, and that was probably in his best interest, to have a friend. Hey, this is what's going on. They're trying to get you to work for them, or rather, the other way around.
Yeah, always. And if they can't buy you out, then they'll destroy your character. If they can't destroy your character, then they go right after you.
Yeah, then they'll destroy your labs, which that's already happened to him. A couple of times. It was at some
what kind of labs are they?
Busted
What's he
up
doing in his laboratories?
Yeah, they busted up his ceramics and got PCBs all over the place, and then he got some kind of citation for PCBs when they were contained in the first place.
His labs are much. He does like along the same lines work as Tesla. I put him in the same category as Tesla, actually.
Somebody's here with their watch page open.
Yeah.
That's Sergey.
How are you doing, guys? Still awakened?
Hiya, Sergey. How are you?
Good. You don't go to you don't go to bed at all, yeah?
No, never.
No. No, we are. We have insomnia.
Yeah. You sleep in the winter. You just during the winter like bears.
Yeah, that's it. Hibernate.
Hey, wait a minute. Are you the same blue man that sniped the last hangout?
No.
No, Sergey's good.
I wonder why Sergey.
What is to snipe?
See, he doesn't even know what sniping is.
It's a word for okay. Somebody shares a link to the Hangout. You have the link, so you clicked on it, you come in. Somebody shares it with somebody else of bad character, and they come in and they start removing people. They take controls and they start removing people from the panel, and then they close down the Hangout, and that's called being sniped.
Oh, cool, yeah.
So cool.
Cool.
It's something the gamers thought of.
Yeah.
Oh, I love gamers. Very
yeah,
smart.
that is from the behavior similar to kids' behavior. Yeah.
Yeah.
Precisely.
Absolutely.
Hey, Hillbilly.
Evening, Hillbilly, or good morning in your case.
I'm here to snipe you. Good evening.
Do you have a good scope?
Lord knows if anybody knows what it feels like to be Skyped, or sniped, it's me.
Yeah.
How y'all doing
Got
this
sniped.
morning? I got sniped,
Good, good.
what, 4 days ago, 3 days ago? But I told them that I was getting ready to leave. It was one of them that I had to shut down by noon. So about 10 after 11, I threw the link in the chat. I said, there you go, snipers. And we recorded it. Screen recorded them sniping us. That's the best they got.
Oh, you screen recorded it.
Yeah, knowing that they couldn't resist from doing it. Yeah, I got them jumping at my schedule, man. They make bots up at my schedule. They make videos at my schedule.
Well, that's just because they love you.
Yeah, I snap my fingers, they jump.
They're getting paid. They got to do something, right?
Yep. Well, I give them plenty of opportunity to draw a check, that's for sure. Yeah.
Well, what they don't realize is we don't fear anything. We don't have anything to fear.
That's
And,
just it.
You know, what are we afraid of? We're not trying to prove something that doesn't exist. They are. So they have fear. We don't.
Yeah.
We're just
Yeah.
trying to show exactly the reality we live in.
Well, I take all their arguments away from them. They try to belittle me. I'm the first one to call myself dumb. I'm the first one to call myself ugly. They went after I'm toothless. I'm the first one to admit I'm toothless. Now what you got, jackasses? Absolutely
Well,
nothing.
one of my favorite quotes now is, "I know I'm intelligent because of how little I know."
There you go.
You know,
You're intelligent enough to admit what you don't know.
exactly. You know, there's so much I don't know. I really don't know how to bake a cake. I'm gonna admit it. All right, I don't know how.
Confessions of what we don't know.
Guys, I have actually something to propose to you. In terms of the measuring of the length of the latitude, you could do it yourself. Being in America, you could just find out somebody of you who are close enough on one latitude, and then knowing exactly the distance between you, like one of you can drive away and measure the distance by your car speedometer or whatever. So know the distance, you can define the speed of the sun, and while it's going along one of tropics, and then same thing, you can measure your latitude, I guess.
I'm finding the
But-
anomalies are coming a lot from, you know, both the latitudes and the longitudes. I don't really know because we're kind of scattered around, you know, because there's some people who are at like 47, some people, you know, who might be at, you know, in the 30s, you know what I mean? But there might be on like close to being on longitude, or even kind of close to being on latitude, but it's varying so many degrees that
Yeah, but
I don't
if
know.
you have quite precision setup for a sundial, properly adjusted with vertical and horizontal lines prepared in advance. 2 people only, and they can get the accurate data of time which is in between them for sun to pass, and by that they will get the length of the latitude where they are, and they will compare it with the globe length of latitude, because there must be different on flat surface and on the globe. The difference will be not very much, but however there'll be a difference. The latitude on a flat Earth must be longer than on a ball.
Yeah, Sergey, I would think we'd have to do that in the southern hemisphere because things seem to be lining up fairly true in the northern hemisphere, which makes sense because we fan out like a spoke. So yeah, if we did that, say in Australia, that would work really well.
I see what you mean. Southern Hemisphere is a very good point, but since you are so many, are you there in United States? It's easier for and cheaper to do it there. This is what I'm thinking.
Yeah.
Simply Google search the circumference of the Tropic of Cancer, and you can find an answer real easy. Then try to do the same thing with the Tropic of Capricorn, and you'll find that it's hard to find an answer. It was already mentioned in the Northern Hemisphere, you can find the details online. For example, I live on the 40th degree latitude. I can simply go to the Ohio Astronomy EDU, the Ohio University, and find out that on the 40th degree of latitude, according to them, the circumference is 19,014 miles. Simply divide that by 24, and that tells you how many degrees of separation there is on longitude at the 40th degree latitude. But try to do the same thing in the southern hemisphere, and you'll find that for some reason the information's not on the net.
And there's more ocean too.
That's a really good point. That's a really good point because like I've said before, my father was in the Navy all his life pretty much, and he said they would always go out of dead reckoning, always be out of dead reckoning south of the equator. So that's why we're not getting the information on it, because we know that the Tropic of Capricorn will be much greater in length than Cancer when they should be the same.
On a ball.
On a ball.
On a sphere, they'd be the same. Or even a slightly oblate sphere.
Yeah, even if it was slightly oblate and
They'd be very similar.
Just a little bit chubbier.
a little bit chubbier.
No,
he's supposed to be a scientist. A little bit chubbier. Fuck off.
Yeah.
He wears like an Indiana Jones hat and shit. The guy, the thing is such a show. It's such a friggin' dog and pony show.
Well, how about banana shape?
Well,
I'm
they've
afraid if we made a banana shape, these Glovers would be using their so-called banana-shaped globe for things other than exploring Earth.
Well, we know Rex does that.
Yeah, there you go. That man has no self-esteem, buddy.
Well, they had the whole Dick Earth thing too already. The whole parody.
That got burned up real quick. Too many young kids. Dick Earth, Dick Earth, Dick Earth. Within 2 days, I was tired of hearing it.
Yeah.
And this Dan Faulkner kid, boy, he's got some reason he likes talking about his genitals all the time.
Who?
Dan Faulkner. He's a good
Fallenbach? Dan Fallenbach?
Yeah, whatever his name is. He's a good kid and everything. Don't get me wrong, but
You never talked to me like that. I was just on his hangout.
oh, I got complaints when I let him on my hangout. Can you ask him to quit talking about sticking his penis in other men's mouth?
Really? Oh, I had an analogy that was from Bill Hicks that the people, the heliocentric people, were sucking Satan's cock every day that they believed they were on a spinning ball.
And
That's
now
what Bill Hicks used to always, he had a lot of routines where he would be saying that. We're allowed to say that here, right?
I mean, so I think it's perfectly. Say what you want.
as long as you're
I
not
mean, they kind of are. If you look at it, that if they're definitely wrong, they are definitely, you know. They're innocently brought into it, though. It's not like they're doing it on purpose, right? Intention means a lot.
Been programmed to be little. Even in school, what was the first thing we was taught when we was told that the original idea that the Earth is flat? Well, when it went to the globe, the people,
You're
yeah,
crazy.
yeah,
You're crazy.
Then they even taught
legit.
us that Galileo went to jail for saying there was like outer stars and shit. What did he actually say? That they were far away, or what? We don't really know. I mean, we were just told that he saw stars and came up. I don't know if we were told he came up with a heliocentric model, or that we were just told he had to go to jail because he was blasphemous or whatever to the Pope or
All
to
we know,
Christianity.
we know that we don't know.
You
I
guys
just
in
want
Russia get taught about Galileo by any chance? Did you, hello, guy in Russia, did you get taught about Galileo?
Sergey.
Sergey.
yes,
Sergey.
absolutely. Galileo, Copernicus, Giordano Bruno, all the guys. Yeah, we
You know
know
what?
them.
You know what? That just shows how indoctrinated we all are. They're all part of the same team. And people don't realize that all these governments are part of the same team.
Galileo spent his life and died with his own death, natural. But Giordano Bruno was burned, they say, uh, executed. And what he was trying to prove probably is just a round way. I mean, all way round, opposite. Maybe he was trying to prove that the Earth is flat. We don't know.
Exactly. We don't know what they actually were saying, or how they were, or how their status, if they were real, or I guess they were really real, but we only we're told his story.
Yeah. If you want to see this video that I'm focused on right now, watch what happens with this van accelerates. Watch what happens to the helium balloon, and watch what happens to the plumb bob.
You ought to turn your camera sideways. We're seeing it sideways right now. There you go.
See how he accelerates? The helium balloon went forward, the plumb bob went backwards.
Yeah. Violation of continuous motion.
Yeah. So what's happening is the air is behaving just like water, and when he's accelerating forward, the water's sloshing back and pushing the balloon forward, or the air is sloshing back. And that's why the balloon gets pushed forward, because it's lighter than water. So it's all based on density, and nothing is relative. So when they say that you're trapped in a container and we're doing things separately from outside, that's a bunch of bullshit. Nothing is relative.
I don't totally agree that it's water pushing. It's just a violation of continuous motion. Therefore, stop and think about it. You experience it. If you slam on the brakes, you get thrown forward. You're not lighter than water.
Yeah, but what happens though is when if you take a jar, and you have it on its side and it's closed off, and you have an air bubble in the top, and you move that bottle forward, the air bubble moves to the front. It moves with the acceleration, exactly like it's doing in this van. Try it. It's a really simple thing. You just put the bottle on its side with the air bubble trapped near the top. You move the bottle forward, the air bubble moves forward because the water sloshes back. So the air is behaving in that same fashion.
We'll have to agree to disagree on that one.
Yeah, try it out. You'll like it.
No. How do you explain the example that I give? You feel it. You're not dense, or you are denser than the air.
Yeah. I don't know. I'm just looking at the two behaviors are very similar. That the behavior is exactly the same.
It's one force acting upon another force.
Yeah, but the plumb bob moves backwards.
Well, no, what did you
You
say
do
about?
two upon acceleration.
Hey?
You do two upon acceleration. If you can accelerate fast enough, you get jerked back in the seat. You slam on the brakes fast enough, you get thrown forward. And
Yeah, but the helium balloon is moving forward. The plumb bob's moving backwards. They're both going, and he's accelerating. The helium balloon goes forward with the acceleration. The plumb bob goes back. So when he accelerates, the balloon moves forward.
That's an interesting thing.
And the plumb bob moves backwards. So it's definitely to do with densities.
Density is understood, but okay, understood. Okay, density. Yes, we know density. There might be density. Yes, density reason of everything, every different elements or dense differently materials are on different levels, and the more dense you are trying to get lower to the Earth's surface, and then what is that force that pushes you to the Earth's surface, not opposite way? I mean, there must be some direction of the force lines, or electromagnetic force lines, or something which are making this exactly in this direction, not in opposite.
Yeah, think of it as a.
And that is probably the rotation of the sun is the main thing in this. I mean, if you turn something clockwise, the momentum force, or I don't remember the correct term of it, is one direction. If you rotate something counterclockwise, the force is opposite direction, perpendicular to the rotation of this. Remember that? I remember that from high school. Actually. Sorry.
Yeah, so if you have a wheel turning clockwise, okay, and on a Norman, okay, and then you have a wheel turning counterclockwise. In between it, what is there in between it? So if you were to look at these two surfaces as, you know, magnetic fields, like how they spiral around, you know, on opposite, you know, charges, what's in between it, you know, like the filling in a sandwich or something. That's the inertial line. And so when it's not really gravity, it's just, like he said, it's electromagnetic. There's like a line, you know what I mean, where the water, you know, water reaches its level, and, you know, we stop at a hard surface like the ground. You know, I couldn't call that gravity, but is it a force? It just seems to be like a law, you know.
A law, yes. Just to give you an example, what I was meaning is like a nut and bolt. If you have a thread of different type, you have a right or clockwise thread or counterclockwise thread. So the nut, when you rotate it, will move to one direction. If you rotate it the opposite way, it will move back way, right? This is what I mean. And this is exactly what happens with the electromagnetic forces.
you can take those two fields and put them on top of them. You can, download a grid and, put it into onto a clear sheet, and have these two spiral directions. You move them together or in opposite directions, and if you move them opposite directions, the two clears, with the spirals put on them, they'll look like a toroidal. You can move them back the other way, and it'll look more like hourglass. So it's your magnetic fields. There's small anomalies all over the plane that don't apply to that law.
Yeah, there's a lot of anomalies.
But generally speaking, those are how it works.
What I mean is, if the sun would rotate opposite way, like counterclockwise, we would all be walking on the surface of the dome.
Is simply a box.
We'd be down under Australia. I'm teasing.
We'd all be walking on the moon then.
Would the moon go in the other direction? It does seem to go, in this clockwise precession, but yet the gravitational precession of the surface of the flat plane is counterclockwise. Something to think about.
Quite a long pause.
Yeah, I'm looking at some stuff right now myself, because that's what happens. You get all of a sudden you get a brain fart.
It's funny though, sometimes we'll stop and think at the same time, then everybody will have their thought, and then everyone will start talking at the same time.
Yeah, all together.
Yeah, because you have that oh moment.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah. I can hear how your thoughts are running around your brains.
Yeah, I used to have this thing called the ripple effect that I used to say, no matter what we do, everything we do causes an effect, no matter what it is. Even a thought process causes an effect, a physical effect outside, and creates a ripple. And
This is a good point. Very good point.
But butterfly effect.
yeah, exactly. It's everything everyone does, no matter what, no matter how small that effect is.
Motivation. Everybody's
we,
percolating the field.
Yeah, I mean, if we had the sensors, we should feel every single thing. So even if somebody is on the other side of this plane of ours and they snap their finger, somebody way, 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 way away should feel the ripple from that.
By the way, we have this sensor. Somehow we feel.
I'll be right back.
Lost two of them at once.
That happens with this when people are on cell phones. We realized that earlier. Like sometimes they'll like drop out at the same time. It's really weird. See if that.
Well, let me please continue my thought. I would just want to say that we do feel that when somebody is looking at us, we do feel this, and we turn around and look and see that somebody was really looking at us. But what kind of feeling is that? We are, if somebody is looking at us from behind, we feel that, right?
Yeah.
Yep. I noticed that. It's a good way to sense people.
I think over time it's just been taken out of us.
What's going on there, Hillbill?
I ain't saying nothing.
Oh, but we can feel you.
We can feel a funny noise coming from you.
Oh, my laptop, the monitor's somewhat loose because I lost a screw when I changed the hard drive. I lost a screw to the casing, which lets my laptop screen flop around when I'm rocking in my chair, and that's the crackling you hear on the onboard mic. Sorry about that.
I heard something going.
Oh, probably my onboard fan too. When it kicks on, it can be heard.
Gotcha.
Sorry for the interruption.
Oh, it's all right. Don't mind at all.
No problem. We just wanted to make sure like nobody was like microwaving your house or anything.
Raccoons may be doing that.
So how are your raccoons?
Getting big. We got more of them now. Seems like they're putting out the raccoon mating call.
Oh yeah, it's that time of year. You're gonna have a bunch of them around. You're gonna have a new family hanging around pretty soon.
Ducks are in the canal mating. Raccoons are mating. By the time they get done, I have to tolerate the bullfrogs. And when they mate, they get loud.
I was in where was it? It was in Kentucky. I was in Kentucky one day, and the very first time I had ever seen fireflies, I was amazed because they came up off the ground and lit up everywhere.
Oh yeah.
Oh, you should see my garden this summer. It is full of fireflies. I could do a time lapse, and it will like look crazier than one of those like star pictures at night.
Yeah, I found them quite interesting because I hadn't seen them before. That was just after 9/11 when I went touring all the states, and went on to Fort Campbell military base, and I thought, well, how come they let me on here?
Are you guys familiar with a song that had Jeremiah was a bullfrog?
Oh yeah,
They used to sing it all the time.
good friend. He was a good friend of mine actually.
Jeremiah was.
Hillbilly said
I
bullfrog
understood a word
earlier.
he said, but he helped me drink some wine.
That's it.
Never understood a single word he said, but I always helped him drink his wine. He always had some mighty fine wine. Joy to the world.
How can bullfrogs have wine? I don't get that. Well, they must have switched to a metaphor or something, I guess.
Hell, they claim they got hair.
I think bullfrog is a metaphor. I have to look that up.
Finer than a hair on a bullfrog. You ever seen a hair on a bullfrog? Hell no, I haven't. Must be pretty damn fine.
But I've never even seen a bullfrog, though, is the thing. I've only heard of a bullfrog.
Oh, you never seen? They're real.
Oh, they're
def-
massive. They're great.
Oh yeah.
Do
You
they
ought to
have
hear them
horns?
when they croak when they're in mating season. I literally have to close my door for peace of mind.
Hmm.
That's how loud they get. But mind you, the canal's what, 35 feet from outside my back door.
Oh.
So I'm pretty close to the canal, so I can understand why I can hear them. But when it's mating season, boy, do they get extremely loud. You'd rather have a 2-year-old kid pulling on your pants leg.
What about
I
dogs
can't
barking?
hear
Pit bulls.
them. I can hear the frogs from here, but there's a ravine, so it's maybe, I don't know,
No, I'm
1,000
saying,
yards, maybe I don't know, like
I'm
down
saying,
the
wait,
around the
it's
curve of the street, and there's a ravine, and there's like tons of bullfrogs, but they're not like right outside the door. But yeah, you can hear them all night. It's like a constant chant.
yeah, it's loud enough here when I got the door open, sitting in my lazy boy, which is right next to the door. But if I go up on top of the canal bank and listen, oh man, it gets deafening.
Also,
They just croak like raw, 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 raw.
For about 2 to 3 weeks straight, they're extremely loud.
yeah, there's a whole bunch of them all singing at the same time. And also in August, you get those bugs up in the trees, and they make their buzzing noise.
Then it ain't nothing to see in the canal. It's nothing to see a bullfrog sitting on top of a turtle's back.
Huh.
Oh, you mean just like the flat Earth?
Yeah, on top of the tortoise's
Turtle's
back.
back.
Would that be like a water turtle?
Yeah, well, we got painted turtles, snapping turtles, several different type of turtles in the canal. Mainly snapping turtles, though.
Turtles
Yeah,
are like
snapping.
cabs, like taxis for bullfrogs that had too much wine and shouldn't be swimming home.
That's right. Jeremiah's cousins drinking all that wine,
Yeah.
riding on top of the turtles.
I
Snapping
was waiting. Back in the day when that song came out, Jeremiah was a bullfrog. Bye Bye Miss American Pie also came out. I was waiting for somebody to clash the two songs. Drove my Chevy to the levee, but the levee was dry. No, it ain't. Jeremiah was a bullfrog, and he got a mighty fine wine. The levee ain't dry.
That's pretty funny. Green was a popular color at that time.
Oh, that obnoxious avocado color green. I think you even look at pictures taken back in the 1970s and you think the film is faded, but think back, really, everything was that color.
Didn't Kermit the Frog do an anti-green song? I could smile, I could wiggle, I could talk, I could wiggle if I only wasn't green.
Yes, good old Sesame Street and Indoctrination.
Yeah. Hey, I was indoctrinated on the Big Blue Marble as a little kid. I used to love that show on Saturday mornings.
I like the Friendly Giant. In fact, I've just posted one onto my on my Facebook. I was thinking of it. Do 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 do. Like, oh yeah, the Friendly Giant. I saw that show. So I looked up to see if they had any on the internet. Oh yeah, they do.
Who was it? Casey and Finnegan.
I wanted to. Yeah, I had a dog named Flynn. What I wanted to look at was with my 51-year-old mind, what my 3-year-old mind was looking at.
You're
You know.
51.
Yeah.
No shit.
How old did you think she was, Hillbilly?
I seen her on cam today, and I would have guessed somewhere in her early 30s.
Wow. You hear that, Felix?
Oh, you're just so
Holy.
generous.
No, I'm not just saying that, girl. You really threw me for a loop to hear that one. I pictured you in your early 30s, nowhere close to my age.
Guys, remember the hangout before last hangout, before yesterday hangout? There was a Chris. Chris was singing and playing the music. Remember?
Yes, Chris. Yeah.
Is his name Chris Rock or something?
Yeah.
Right. With a W. Chris Rock with a W. WROCK.
He's not that Chris Rock from 90s.
No.
No, that's a
No.
black man. He doesn't have a W.
I'm sorry. I don't know. Sorry.
Chris Rock on YouTube used to spell it the same way, and then he changed it to WR just because that's to my understanding.
Is that right? Oh.
So you like this song, Sergey?
The song was great. Great song. But as far as I recall, it's some song which she used to put the words on, or am I wrong?
Yeah, he put the words on another song.
Yeah,
Correct.
exactly. But the song is great anyway. It's great.
My
Absolutely.
favorite, I don't know if I'm biased, but my favorite Flat Earth song is by Zern Music, that Flat Earth Hero. I really like that song.
He did a good one with that.
Yeah.
But Chris has written more than one Flat Earth song, and he's actually written originals too. So
Chris Rock.
Aristotle's,
Yeah.
Aristotle's Copernicus was wrong.
Well, if I started to sing, that would send everybody off flat Earth right away. So I'm not going to do that.
it's all right. We'll just mute you.
Hey,
Oh,
I
that's
sing
so
and
nice of
people.
you, Felix.
I sing and people tolerate it, so you couldn't be no worse than me.
Oh, yes, I could.
I doubt that real serious.
You got the voice of an angel.
Oh man, you must really suck then.
I do. I can admit it. See, I can admit things like that.
Oh, so do I. I apologize, people, for hurting your ears after I get done singing.
Oh, Billy, are you a man with a bird?
Bird. No, I got raccoons, I got cats, I got groundhogs, I got gophers, but a little bit shy on the bird department.
Because I recall your voice from the soundtracking which happened last year in July, 3rd of July. Were you there?
Nathan Oakley tracking the sun last year, or yeah, I assisted him a little bit.
You wasn't there. You weren't there.
No, I actually helped in the hangouts there for a little bit on it.
Yeah, so you are the man with the bird, I remember.
No, sir, I never had a bird. Well, my ex-wife did when I was married 20-some years ago.
Okay, then I'm mistaken. Sorry.
Lindsay's got a bird, come think of it.
I remember there was a guy who was a long time on that soundtrack. He was speaking or having a conversation with or discussion with Antonio and other guys, Robert.
Yeah, it was probably Lindsay then. He's got a bird.
It was on Sun Tracking number 3, if I'm right. So there was a guy with a long gray bird. Quite
Talk to him.
interesting. Yeah, quite interesting person. So I thought it might be you, but because the voice a little bit similar. So,
Nope. I'm the guy with all the raccoon videos, no birds.
I'm sorry. Okay, never mind.
Hey, Sergey, do you have some other friends near you that are talking flat Earth, or are you kind of alone on this subject?
Yeah, I'm kind of alone on this subject. I would be happy to have somebody around, but as I notice from our country, there's at least in this group of people who are uh, from time to time communicating to each other. I don't see anybody else. I don't know why. Maybe we are not so many people on the earth. Huh? Maybe that is the reason. I don't know. Because it is 140 million, as they say, live in Russia.
That
I don't
that
know.
that's an interesting point, actually. You know, who's to say anything that we're told is exactly as it is?
You mean the number of people? Yeah, I don't
Yeah,
believe
I mean, we don't know personally. I don't know personally. We're told that
why.
this is
Yeah,
how many people are around.
why should I trust their data? They never show. I don't know. I don't know. It's all I don't know. Maybe they are interested in having bigger number, a bigger number. That would make us. I don't know.
Well, it would make us more insignificant. So having a bigger number
Yeah,
would
exactly. You're right. Yeah, and then it is easier to manage, to manipulate, and so on. So I don't know. I know that there's most of the people of Russia, they live in Moscow and the region around it,
well,
and
that's
St. Petersburg as well, and some other towns which with the population more than 1 million people. But they are, and that is it. To the Siberia, to Eastern Russia, there's maybe one and a half person for square kilometer.
yeah. I know from living in Canada that we're congested into just 5 cities basically. Um, and it seems that's the process is to remove us off the countrysides and get us all plugged into these bigger city centers, and that makes us more dependent. It makes
That's
us
why.
more dependent on everything that they seem to own and provide for us, as they try to say. But interesting.
They do want you plugged into the grid. There's no doubt about that.
Oh, they do, and Monsanto is one of the most evil things going right now. I mean, they want to regulate and own all the crops. They want to, if they can, they're trying to copyright crops so that nobody else can have ownership of it.
And then you got to use their seeds after that because some reason it sterilizes your ground almost. You need that inner that uh, modification of their own fertilizer within their seed in order for it to grow. Have you ever seen the documentary A World According to Monsanto's?
Yeah, and it's bloody scary. And the scary thing is that people, I call them 9 to 5ers. 9 to 5ers are just your average Joe trying to make a living, living in their own little bubble. And
Right.
once their bubble gets infiltrated, then people seem to wake up. But as long as their little bubble is okay within their bubble, then they don't bother with anything else outside their bubble. And they just get shafted. I'm the youngest of 9 kids, and I'm the only one, well, I guess I'm the black sheep of the family, because they're all 9 to 5ers. I call them 9 to 5ers, and they could not give a shit about anything else that goes on outside their little bubble.
My grandmother was 12th in the family, but since that I can barely remember the family with more than 5 kids in Russia. I mean, in European part of it.
That's because most women were working also. A lot of women would go to work. It's too hard to take care of children if you're working.
Yeah, that's another form of control, isn't it? Working's a form of control. I mean, that's how they get us slaved. They get us enslaved. I was talking to my mate, and he's always saying to his kids, they're not kids, they're adults. He goes, "Get a job, get a job, get a job, get a job." That's all they ever say is "get a job," rather than say, "Why don't you go and expand your life and learn a few things?"
Yes, they keep us busy, like in an army. You have to make a soldier busy all the time. Sorry for interrupting you. I will just be short, because the soldier without business or not engaged soldier doing nothing is a dangerous soldier. They say so.
I was about ready to say that's mindset. If you tell your kid, get a job, get a job, get a job, but you're not engaging your child to have skills to work, then it's empty words.
Yeah, it is. It is empty words if you're not actually if you just being told to go out and get a job in like a factory or something and do your 9 to 5 and that's your contribution to society. Well, that isn't a contribution to society. That's taking from society, because all you're doing is doing something for yourself rather than doing something for others.
Well, I've worked for companies before, and I looked at it this way. I punch the clock, I do my work, and I leave, but I put in my 125% because, I'm working for the company. I'm proud of what I do for my work. So actually, I look at it this way. They're my customer. I don't care how large the corporation is. They're my customer. They are purchasing my skills, my work, what I am producing. So when I worked, I'm retired now. When I worked, I put in my best efforts so that therefore I earned more because I did more, and I kept working harder, not working harder, working smarter. And that was instilled in me at home, by, like Sergey said, stay busy, especially in America. So many parents, they give their kids nothing to do, really, to go find something to do. Go play a game, go watch a TV, go, they're always telling them go find something to do. They're not keeping the kids busy, you know, you got a whiny, you know, a 9-year-old daughter or something, you know, you have her sit down at the table and help you with the preparation for dinner. Somebody to keep them busy. Just there's no emphasis, there's no drive for a lot of young people, and I'm not saying all of them, but there's not, they don't see the reward in it. They don't understand. And then it's the parents' fault too. It's the mindset. They don't understand that you have to give a set of values. You have to do it. You just can't allow the school to be your babysitter, the television to be your baby watcher, the you know, the video games, or, you know, or send them off to camps or something, you know. That's, a lot of people do that, and this is really something, you know. And then they're surprised that when they look at maybe what their children's learning in school, they're surprised. It's like, you know, it's a whole different paradigm. Now, you know, if you don't address that, where's your child's success going to come from? Do you know what I'm saying? So you have to set the example. You can be setting the example all the time, but if you're not including them in helping them understand, then they'll be clueless. So you can say, gotta go get a job all you want. You're gonna have a 24-year-old living in your basement playing video games and smoking pot. That's your choice.
Yeah, well, that's exactly what that's exactly what is happening to the poor bloke. He's got a 30-year-old and a 26-year-old, and they do nothing except smoke pot and play video games. And I keep saying to him, you can't just keep saying, just get a job, you know. You have to be inclusive. You have to.
They don't know what to do.
Yeah.
What's a job?
I never used the term get a job. I used the term take on responsibilities. A prime example is when my oldest son first came up to me and wanted some of these Nikes with the flashlight or the flashing light in the heels, you know. Back when they first came out, you couldn't touch them for under $100 for a pair of shoes, versus sitting on the same darn rack as a $20 pair of sneakers that's going to hold up just as long. So I said, all right, here's $20. You go out and earn the other $80, aka responsibility, and you can get them. Boy, they learned real quick the value of $1.
Hey, Sergey, love the glasses.
I've done it especially so you cannot see my eyes.
No, you're absolutely right, Hillbilly, that that's what you need to do. You need to put a set of values, you know, and then they appreciate things more.
Sorry guys, I missed the point. What you were talking about.
We're just talking about youth and how we bring them up and how we just.
Oh, this is painful. This is, for me at least. I don't know. I feel myself young enough, but it's a contradiction between what I can see and I can feel. Are you still there?
Yeah, we're still here.
Okay. Just what I mean is that when I came to 40, I was thinking, oh, I remember myself joking about guys with the age of 40, over 40. I remember when we were young, I was working on board of ship and one of ships, and we were sometimes laughing at them people with this age thinking that they are complete idiots or they don't understand things and so on. And now I suddenly realized myself at that age. That was a kind of a shock. And now, since 90 years past, thinking a bit differently, thinking that we are inside ourselves are always young at the same age. Здравствуйте.
I have to agree with you, Sergey. I do not feel my age. You know, inside my head, I'm still a kid. But my body says no.
Yes, exactly. Yeah. With all the experience, with all these habits and so on, no, we are still in the kindergarten. Because what I think now is it is not enough. The time is not enough for us to be grown-ups inside us.
Yes, when you act grown up, it's called adulting. So sometimes you have responsibilities, so you have to go adult. It's not adultery, it's adulting. You know those things. Cleaning out the gutters, taking out the trash, paying the bills.
Well, you
Giving
pay bills.
advice to smart-ass young kids. Do they listen? No. Then they come back. I have my own child come back to you. You know, Mom, I used to think this or that. And now that I'm older, I see where you're coming from. I'm like, really? Well, that's good news.
And remember that biblical story about there were people, Adam and Eve and all their kids, they lived some 30 years or something, and then it was restricted somehow by God decision to 120 years.
Well, 900 and you're still making kids. I think maybe God should turn off the faucet.
Yeah, I know what you mean with the biblical story of that. But I think when it comes to the Bible, this is just my own personal opinion. When it comes to the Bible, there was a different world than we live in now, and we're separate. We're nothing to do with religion. We're not to do with the Bible. We're the race after that race, after the race of the gods and everything like that. There was, in my opinion, there was a time before the flood, so to speak, whatever you want to call it, disaster, whatever. I think the Earth goes through a recycle. It recycles, where things change. And for us, we're more like the pond scum, you know. We're more we come out of the water, so to speak, in a sense. I'm not talking about evolution because I'm not fixed on that, because I think evolution was, once again, that was time before the floods. We're separate from that, and religion is definitely a man-made thing. It has nothing. It does not apply in a sense. Yeah, we can seek answers and we can look for answers through historical writings and everything, but that applied to a different race, if you want to say that. A different set of beings. They were larger, they were bigger, everything was bigger. And good morning, Anthony.
Good morning, sir. I have just missed my solar noon, Vincent. You're muted. I don't know if you're there. Okay.
He hasn't been around for an hour.
Right. Say again.
He hasn't been around for at least an hour, Vincent hasn't.
Yes. Oh, okay. So I have just checked my solar noon, It was 11:22 a.m. and it was my solar noon. Now, that's way too early. So I think I have to check from somewhere that's not, that's a bit, that has a distance between where I set up my sundial and the nearest electrical cabling and that kind of stuff, because that's way too early. So I'm not relying on that. It's very strange. Solar noon is very strange what's going on right now. So I need to check this. Vincent sent me a message earlier for me to check Skype to do another tracking. Anyway, we're going to do simultaneous tracking here and so we can show the two at the same time as they arrive and see which arrives first.
Well, I'll join in with you on that, and I'll do a bunch of checking right here too.
Cool. That's brilliant, because once we establish which direction you are from me, I think you're west of me. Wait, north? No, northeast of me.
Northeast of you, yeah.
Yeah.
Sergey had mentioned to try to maybe stay maybe on the same latitude. Would you be able to move to another location on the same latitude? Or there's things in the way?
No.
There's things in the way?
No, we can't stay in the same latitude. We don't know what the latitudes are. They're not what the globe says.
Well, whatever the globe says. Just
you're relying on data that you don't know to be true, and we can only prove some of it to be falsified.
Yeah. So
okay, then go due east or due west or something. Like
so. Listen, Felix. What we're doing now is we're starting to make a small grid, a very small local grid, so that we can establish relative location. So Amsterdam, South Manchester, South Manchester. We're going to make a small grid. We also want more people in Holland, if possible, and Belgium would be good too. Just make a small grid and establish, because we only need a small grid to see how it works at this portion of the sun's range, you know. Then we can, and then we can replicate that for the same at the south. Oh wow, it's a big thing. I mean, it's a big labor.
Yeah, I've got a few people in Australia that I've already put contacts out to in different spots in Australia. So, and they're not flat earthers, but I said, you know, I'm just doing an experiment. Can you help me out?
Well, one of my globeling friends is going to help us out too, and he's here. He's not far from here.
Oh, good, good.
But that will help to, at least with if his solar noon and my solar noon are relatively close, like within a minute or 30 seconds or so, then we know that we are both pointing north. You know, not that somebody's compass is pointing in one direction and the other in another. Yeah. You know what I mean?
Well, I'll print out a sheet today, and I'll set mine up, and I'll start doing some tracking tomorrow.
Cool. I've got my set up and permanent now. Well, permanent. No, not permanent. I need to find somewhere else to place it that's further away from possible sources of magnetism. That's what I need to do. I'm going to go off camera, people. I'm still here, but I'm going to go.
I would like your hair. Look at it. It's everywhere.
Yeah.
No, that's a good idea. So, yeah, like I said, I'll set up mine tomorrow, and we'll start tracking in a small area. You know, like you said, if we can just get a small area that everyone's doing it every day and doing a check, we can really get some good points.
Yeah.
And tell me, did you find any like strange readings? You have a meter, right? You have an RF EMF reader.
Yeah.
So are you trying to get to some place where there's less EMF RF?
No, it's not. RF doesn't have any effect on it. So Unfortunately, the only kind of reader that would tell me levels of magnetism that might interfere is a compass, you know. It's like, oh, okay, thanks, guys. So what I mean is, and Zach is going to do the same, and the same with Sebastian, who is in Argentina. We need to establish what causes any small alteration to the compass, because a small alteration ends up being minutes, you know, when you're turning your protractor. So we need to establish that, and also we need to sit down and spend an hour one day plotting every 5 minutes the ends of the shadow to establish whether the north, where the solar noon is, you know. But first we need to establish north, magnetic north properly, not establish magnetic north properly. So not interfering, no interference from cabling under your floor or in your wall or metal things around you. And once we've set that, we can then measure the length of the shadow and compare the two.
Why couldn't you do this? Take a board and get it level in your yard, and then after you got it established, pin it. In other words, drive big nails all the way around the side of the border so you know that it cannot be moved. And over the period of 1 week, track solar noon each and every day. At the point where the shadow is the shortest is going to tell you true north. All 7 of them should match up to that direction.
That's what I was saying to Felix earlier. Is if you track your shadow till the shortest point, it doesn't matter. You don't need a compass, because as soon as you hit the shortest point, it's going to tell you.
Yes.
You have to commit the time. You have to commit the time to be out there tracking it. But like Vincent set up his camera the other day, that's brilliant.
Yeah, it's what you're saying, Hillbilly. That's ideal. Unfortunately, I don't have a yard.
I'm going to do a raising.
I could do it,
but I have a Globing friend that does have a yard, and actually at the studio we have a yard. Yeah, okay.
I got a perfect place I could do it with. On top of, I got like a lean shed on the back of the garage, and utilizing the canal bank that it butts up to, I can actually jump up on top of my roof. Therefore, I could level it out, I could pin it, and it was guaranteed never to move. No critters are going to touch it. Nobody's going to walk by it. No lawnmower's going to hit it.
I did mine on the roof. I was having a little issue with wind.
There again, Felix. What did you say, Felix?
I said I did my reading from my roof, but I had a little issue with wind.
Yeah. Well, just look, okay. Get it, anybody who has not already set up, get a wooden chopping board, because they're generally flat, you know.
That's what I set mine on, a wooden chopping board, exactly.
And then you tape it down properly, like on the chopping board, and then when you're orienting it, you orient the whole chopping board.
Exactly.
So, yeah. And there you go. Mind you, if you had gales.
Compass. Yeah, I set the compass, the clock. I set everything on the chopping board. And when I set the compass where I set it on a right angle towards the north of the board. So it was actually positioned. So the compass was in position with the north on the grid. It was just right next to it, that's all. But that's how I set it up. Because you could just set the compass down any willy-nilly place, but the thing is that to me, because I didn't have the one printed up, I wanted to be more exact as I possibly could.
Well, the thing is, you don't even actually need a protractor. The reason Zach made the protractor was so that he could mark on the protractor the degrees of elevation so that people
Yes.
could know properly what they were participating in, you know. But you can draw yourself, it's going to look like Mike said, it's going to look like a, you know, when you do a drawing of a bird in the distance, you do like a very gentle M shape. Yeah, that's kind of what it's going to look a little bit like that. The shadow is going to be a very gentle curve that curves towards the gnomon at solar noon and then gently away from the gnomon. It should be the same shape. Arriving as leaving. It might not be. If it isn't, then that's a different situation. But it should get to the shortest point and then get longer. Once you've established the shortest point, that's solar noon. Now, if you check with your compass and it's not pointing north, then it's not pointing north. There's a true north, and that's all fine. If that point, though, if the shortest point shifts, then there's something else going on, which helps us more than anything else. So there you go.
Yeah, I'll set up a permanent thing, and I've got spare phones here. So what I'm going to do, I'm going to do like Vinny. I'm going to stick one of my phones outside, and I'm just going to set up a hangout, my own hangout, and let it go for 8 hours.
Yeah, cool. And then if you, hey Mike,
Yeah.
you know I sent you a message about the music.
Yeah.
Okay. In places in Europe, in Germany, Austria, and I don't know what other countries, they won't play videos if it's got music that's by kind of established bands or whatever. They just will not play them. So I made a video where I played Johnny Cash towards the end, and lots of people saying great, enjoyed it, whatever. But lots of people saying not available, not available. Have you pulled it? Says not available. And it's like, no. At the same time, other people were commenting. It's in Germany, mainly Germany. That's why I said to you, would you be able to go to it? So you edited it in your editing software. Would you be able to lift the, would you have the original that you chopped up before you added the soundtrack? And if not,
yeah, I already did that. I already made one without music. I took it out, and it's got the voices and everything. And
cool.
So.
Cool. So is that on your site, on your page?
It's on my page. Yeah.
Right. Okay. Nice one.
So I've got both of them there. One with the music and one without the music.
Brilliant. Brilliant. So that's really cool, because then I can take that, because people have already asked me, is there a condensed version? Say, well, luckily for them, Mike's made one.
Yeah.
I can't believe you did that, dude. Did you do it like double time?
Well, yeah, I did it right after, you know, and I sat there after doing 24 hours with you guys, and then I sat there for another 12 hours going through all that. Well, you have to go through 24 hours of video.
Wow.
So I sat there going through that and trying to get what I could out of it.
Yeah, cool.
That was pretty good. I liked it.
Yeah, well, I liked some of your comments in there, as you know, Hillbilly, so it was good.
Yeah, I'm somewhat surprised to hear myself in there, but I guess when I said it's not about me, it's not about the truth, that's a statement that ought to impact on everybody.
Well, that's exactly it. It's not about any individual at all. It's about everybody getting together here. I'm the type of person that would just rather stay in the background. I don't want to be in the foreground. I don't want to be. I don't want to be known. I like myself the way I am.
I sort of like the ideology that I got the trolls' attention. They're leaving other people alone.
Well, you keep working on that, because you're doing a fine job there.
Yeah. As long as I got them pissed off, they're leaving everybody else alone.
That's right. They can't handle a wild hillbilly, so it's like they definitely haven't got time to mess with other people too.
Yeah.
Hey guys, sorry, hillbilly. I just realised. So I've set up my sundial. I've missed solar noon according to my compass. Okay, But I did notice that my compass was giving me a very different reading in there than it was where I first did it. So I just ran in and made a mark because it's still set up. So every 5 minutes, I'm going to run in there and make a mark and see what's going on, because I think that's much too early for solar noon.
Yeah, I don't think our solar noon, because I'm looking at the sun. I can see the sun every day out my window here, and when it gets to solar noon, we're sitting over top of a set of flats to my right, and we're not quite there.
Yeah, so that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to start marking it. But what I want to do is set it up somewhere. I think I will set it up at the studio and like permanent, you know, a permanent sundial, and mark solar noon there several times and film it and everything. Yeah, we'll see.
Yeah, we'll get there.
We will. We will.
We know something's not right south. We know south of the equator is wrong. We know it's wrong.
Oh, to do that. You know, I can take you to Google Earth and show you the canal in my backyard, right? And I can, according to their compass on Google Earth, it is true, north and south. I need to get right parallel with the canal and establish solar noon by shadow and see if it's actually true north and south.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
You know, guys, this hangout woken me up this morning.
Yes.
I'm kind of in the other these days, just different life I'm living. It's the first experience of having or participating in the hangouts like this.
So are you enjoying it?
Yes, very interesting. Very interesting.
So there's one very important thing. Try to sleep like a normal person.
Yeah.
Yeah, and I tell you because I haven't. You know, Poncho hasn't, Vincent hasn't. So many people, you know. And if you have a role in your life that you have to be regular, you know, like a 9-to-5 job, any kind of thing that where you have to have a regular daily routine, is absolutely necessary that sleep works properly for you.
Well,
you know, it might be more.
I will definitely not be able to do it during during working days of the week, but in the evening only. But mainly your hangouts started noon my time, because you have something like midday because of time difference, and in America there's a morning, and then you continue doing that, but.
Well, you know what I realized, Sergey, from Latvia and Serbia, and I know that if I start here at 9 o'clock at night, it's 11 o'clock there, you know. So what I'm going to start doing is making my hangouts earlier in UK time, because there's a lot of people in those countries who will just not know anything about it because they're already in bed, you know. So if I make my hangouts earlier, the people in to the east of me in Europe will be able to engage more, and we can have more minds, more people. And this is one of the excellent things. The different cultures have different language, and with a different language, there's a different realm of thought. So you can have very novel ideas when you blend when you have people from various different backgrounds. So I'm trying to have as many people east of me as possible.
Well, you know what you just said there. That's a Noam Chomsky thing, where you know you gotta always have people from outside your field of expertise to advance your expertise.
Yeah. Yeah. So how is everyone today?
I need to go to bed.
Have you not been to bed yet?
No.
Oh, come on.
It's cloudy out anyway.
Oh, okay, but wait a second. What time is it where you are?
7:43.
Whoa. What time?
7:43 a.m.
Okay.
Sleep at all.
Yeah.
He's laughing at me.
Okay, here's your canal, Hillbilly. I'm
Yeah.
gonna present you to everyone.
All right. Now notice it is true north and south according to Google.
Hillbilly, I don't have mod controls. Let's everybody mute. Mike, mute, and Sergey.
All right.
So when Hillbilly speaks, the camera will stay on him. Okay.
Just
Alright.
before that, I want to say that I have to go, and we'll get back to you guys.
Okay. Talk to you later.
Cheers.
Bye.
Okay, this is true north and south as we can see according to Google. I live on this side of the canal, right? And the canal lies up. When I say it's literally in my backyard, it's literally in my backyard. So as we look straight through here, wouldn't it be nice to get up here on the canal and prove that true north and south may be either, or true north may be slightly off? Here's what I was making reference to as the 1 mile string test. If I was to zoom in, you would be able to see that clear down here in the park, there's a lock, right? And if I turn around and go over, might have to go over just a little bit. And if you zoom in, you can see down here, there's another street. These culvert pipes going underneath the road back before they closed in the canal, back when it was still for canal boats. These culvert pipes are truly in line. And down at the end of the falls, there's also a gate that's perfectly in line with this side of the tunnel, right? So why couldn't I pull the string from that culvert pipe down there, lock, which is a little bit over the mile, slightly somewhere by this tree sticking out is the half-mile point. The string, until you pull it taut, will float on the water, right? And as soon as you get it taut and pulled tight, if there is curvature to what we can see is still nice calm water. If there's curvature to it, by all means, when you pull it tight, right here in the middle, the string should be 4 inches below the water if the earth is curved. As we allowed it to lie on the water to begin the test, if it's flat, then by all means, when we pull it tight, it should still be flat on the water surface. If it's concave, although you'll have the extra weight of the water on the string and the string itself, and you know that you cannot pull a string over a mile without a little bit of sag, it should still come out of the water. Not necessarily 4 inches, but if it comes out of the water at all, it would support an ideology that we're on a concave world. But we all know once we do it, pull it tight, that string will stay on the water surface. What I had in mind is I got a clamp to where I got 2 sets of set screws in it to where I can plumb it up this way, and also I can plumb it up if I was standing the other way. I can get it perfectly plumb. Attached to a bicycle front end fork, right? And then put a bicycle wheel on it, put the bottom of the wheel without the rubber, put the wheel to where the string is just touching the water surface at the crossing behind us. And then when I tie it off to the falls, I tie it off perfectly at water surface. So therefore, over the mile span, if there's any curvature at all, once you pull that string tight, it should go underwater in the middle. To me, that's a reliable and repeatable test. Maybe people don't agree.
Yeah, I agree with you.
Yeah, I agree.
I do agree with you. I think I've just gone past solar noon myself here.
Say again?
I'd say I've just gone past solar noon.
Are you sure?
Pretty darn sure. Because I look at the sun, well, every day from this building. That's across here. And right now I've just gone, I'd say I've just gone past it. Because usually right above the aerial there, it's pretty close to solar noon for me.
Well, what I'm doing here is I'm marking, like I said, every 5 minutes or so, I'm going in and marking the shadow. It was the last time I marked it, it was a little bit shorter than the previous time. So I'm going to establish here just from my bedroom, because I have the sun coming in. I'm going to establish what time my solar noon is properly on the length of the shadow.
Yeah, that's exactly the best way to do it, I think. So
I think what we're
going to do the same here.
Say again?
I say I'm going to do the same here. I'm going to set up a permanent sundial and check it every time.
In fact, you don't need it to, because we're checking solar noon, it doesn't have to be very big. If we were checking dawn, it'd be different because the shadow would be much longer. But the one I have set up now is mobile. What I'm going to do is set a permanent one on my windowsill. Now that I know that it doesn't have to be that big.
You're going to end up with marks all across the top of your window.
No. I'm going to
11
build
o'clock, 10 o'clock.
I'm going to build something there completely flat and level, and with a 5 centimeter screw or nail, and yeah, that's what I'm going to do for sure.
Awesome. Yeah, same here. So then we'll be able to tell between our 2 points exactly, actually.
Yeah, in fact,
exactly the direction.
Because we have the luxury of live streaming, we can do that, and we can do it without a compass at all.
Yeah,
we can do it without a protractor.
Yeah, we'll just follow the marks.
Yeah, all Zach needs is the time difference and the length of the shadow. That's all he needs. He can figure everything else out from that.
Awesome.
But it's important that the reading is of solar noon, not some other point, not a few minutes before. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to perfect it over the coming days. I'll perfect it so I'll know when to group the shadows. So I'm making points at the ends of the shadows.
I mean, once you've established solar noon too, it's
yes,
there forever. It's there.
Yes. So, well, it should be, shouldn't it?
Yeah, exactly.
So this is what I'm thinking. Right now, I'm establishing around which point solar noon will be, because I'm doing it every 5 minutes. It might get to a point that 2 of the shadows are parallel, and that I've missed one between those 2 that's slightly shorter. So I will narrow it more and more. So I'll get to the point where I have bunched up the dots closer to solar noon. So 5 minutes, 4 minutes, 3, 2, 1, and 2, 3, 4, 5. So we have a really clear view of the time at solar noon.
I just grabbed my sundial now.
So we need a clock too.
Say again?
A clock. Have a clock too.
We have the internet.
I'm saying to establish like your every 5 minutes when you're marking or whatever.
Yes. What I'm going to do is I'm going to see if I can find some kind of digital clock to display. I don't know how I'm going to do it, dude.
Sometimes they have the counters that, they have like the minutes and then, the hundreds or tenths of a minute.
Yeah.
if you look at one of my videos I did, it's called High Noon. There's this fantastic digital sundial clock, and as it moves around, the digits change.
Yes.
It's an amazing thing.
The Japanese inventor, dude.
Yeah. Oh, it's a brilliant thing.
Now that's what I'm referring to about different. Oh, sorry. 1 second.
Yeah.
I need that ringtone for my ex-wife. Every time she calls, she puts me asleep. Mr. Sandman.
There we go. I just made my homemade sundial, and yes, I've just gone past solar noon a little bit. Oh, you boys, what are you talking at? Has everyone gone quiet?
I think Antonio's still on mute.
Yeah, no, Hillbilly, I think that's a brilliant thing that it would work. I've got another test. When I move to Canada, I'm going to be living on the flat plains of Saskatchewan. And I'm going to do the pipe test. I'm going to run 2 pipes, and it's going to cover a distance of over 2 miles. And I'll have a water jug on one end, water jug in the middle, and a water jug on the other end. And if there's no drop in the level, that tells you right there.
Yeah.
Because gravity can't pick and choose.
I've been saving her oxygen hoses for just that, where I can put a bunch of transparent hoses together so to measure water. If we can't prove it to be curved in any shape, any manner over 1 foot, 10 foot, 100 feet, why would we think that a greater distance would be any further?
Well, exactly. Why would it be? It wouldn't be. I mean, even over a millimeter. I mean, if you had the equipment, you could measure the drop over a millimeter, for Christ's sakes.
That's what I say. Everybody keeps on going over mile spans, miles and miles span. Stick with 1 mile and 1 inch. That's where it's easily debunked.
Yeah. Yeah.
They can't prove one inch. They definitely can't prove 24,901 miles of curvature.
Well, it's like Rory Cooper, from my perspective. He, he's got it bang on. When you're looking at buildings in the distance, they're not all splaying out different directions following some curve. Because level is only level at that point on the ball.
Yeah, well, I disagree that you'd be able to see them tilt away from you, but you ought to see them tilt away from each other from side to side.
That's exactly what I mean. They should be. You should see them tilt side to side. And when you're in any major city, looking at all the skyscrapers, and these things are going up so high, they're going to have to all fan out. Everything's going to have to fan out. It has to, because you're level at that point on the ball. I need to go plug in.
Well, I gotta go.
Okay, Felix.
Guys,
Take care.
later.
You have a good one. Don't give me a heart attack again by telling me your age or make me feel jealous. Oh man, I wish I held my age.
Feel jealous.
Because you hold your age a hell of a lot better than I hold mine.
Oh.
Yeah, that's just not fair. I mean, I'm 55.
Patty,
Yeah.
Eat your veggies. Good night.
Good night.
I'm 6 years. Good night, Felix. I'm 6 years older than her, and I look 5 decades older than her.
Yeah, same here.
Sleep well, Felix. Oh, she's gone. Okay.
Yeah, she's good.
I hope she sleeps well. I tell you what, I hope she sleeps till 12 noon, gets up feeling a little bit tired, gets invigorated, and tonight around maybe 11 or midnight goes back to bed and, you know, starts sleeping at nighttime. Especially when the weather gets brighter, it's so much better to sleep at nighttime.
Speaking of sleep, it looks like you caught up on a little bit there overnight while you was cammed up. Did you
Well,
catch up on some sleep?
Yeah, I slept great. I slept really well. So, yeah, firing on all pistons, not garbling my words. I tell you what, it really bugs me when I know that I'm struggling to find a word. You know, it bugs me, and then I get really conscious that I'm struggling to find the word, and that distracts me and makes me take longer to find the word. You know.
Yeah. Yeah, message I left you on why I skipped out yesterday.
Yeah, dude.
Yeah,
Sorry to hear that.
Well, no sweat on it, man. It happened over a month ago, and I haven't mentioned a word of it, so that goes to show the significance she had in my life.
Yeah.
But nonetheless, we do share a kid together, and he had a hard time. He needs somebody to talk to last night.
Yeah, of course, of course.
Of course.
Yeah.
Life goes on, even though we do what we do, and how we try and do what we do. Life goes on for all of us. We're just regular Joes. We're not paid millions and millions of dollars or pounds or pesos or whatever.
You know what? It's good that we're not, because if we were paid, we'd be told you have to do it this way, and we think no, it would be better this way. And no. Policies dictate you do it that way.
Yeah, you're absolutely right.
If I was paid, I'd probably be dropping a mic on a comedy stage. There's your proof we live on a ball. Gravity.
Gravity. And, you know, the president's doing it, and everybody's dropping mics. Like,
yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, hell, they even got an insurance commercial on TV now where they're doing it.
Yeah. Oh, it's like, fuck off. That doesn't prove anything. It proves you can't even hold on to a mic.
Yeah. Well, it's like Jimbo. I like Jimbo's explanation the best. Once that mic was taken off of the denser or equally as dense objects, whatever it's sitting on, it was given potential energy. When he opened up his hand, he released that potential energy. And it's going to continue to go in the direction that versus density and buoyancy until it meets something equally as buoyant or equally as dense. Since it was dense, it went down, and it kept going down until it met something equally as dense.
Yeah, I watched a great thing from Tesla's theory of EMR, electromagnetic radiation, and how that would account for, you know, because it works within the ether. That you know, Michael Morley experiment, which was done again when in the 80s, Antonio, I think.
1986 by the Air Force.
Yeah, so you know it proves it. There's an ether here. There's electric charge everywhere. So many things disprove everything we've been taught.
Absolutely. It disproved Einstein and totally vindicated, not that he needed it, Tesla.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Now that's a sad story. Well, no, wait. Part of it is sad that he ended up penniless. We had in Barcelona. We had an artist, genius architect called Antoni Gaudí, and he built maverick buildings, absolutely imaginatively speaking, absolutely sublime. He has one building in the center of the city. It's a 7-story building. There's a light tunnel in the center of the building. Many of these buildings in city centers in Spain have what used to be a courtyard, but has got narrower and narrower, and is no longer a courtyard, but is really just a light tunnel. And the way he built it, he modified the windows, and he built an angled surface under each window, so that the windows at the bottom, at ground level, receive the same amount of light as the windows at the top. Now, we're not talking the sun is shining straight down at 90 degrees. We're talking throughout the day. The light at the bottom apartments is the same as the top apartments. He also built this famous cathedral that hasn't been finished yet because he died. He and 8 men built 2/3 of a huge cathedral, which he built to serve as an organ for the city, like to play music. You know how the Muslims have the call to prayer?
Yeah.
I heard this one before.
Yes. Okay, I've been there. It's still not finished, but he built 2/3 of it, him and 8 other men, in the early 1900s. And since then, it's taken crews, the permanent crews around 40 guys, but at times it's been 200 guys, and they haven't finished the last quarter, you know, because they can't figure out, because it is so much more difficult for them because they don't know what they're doing. And this guy wasn't even a qualified architect, you know. He was just, he was a genius. And this guy died penniless. When he died, he was hit by a tram, and they thought he was a beggar because of how he looked. He was actually sleeping in the Sagrada Familia, this cathedral I've just been telling you about. He was sleeping there, you know. Now, he ended up penniless, complete genius. Tesla ended up penniless, complete genius. But luckily for Tesla, he lived in the US, and the guys at the Waldorf housed him for the last portion of his life in the Waldorf Hotel. So I think that's brilliant that somebody at the Waldorf just saw the genius and said, you know, you can stay here. You can just live here.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you know what? It was either the guys who owned the Waldorf or who ran the Waldorf will have done that, or possibly it wouldn't surprise me to learn that they received a payment from some anonymous person to house and look after Tesla, you know?
Yeah.
Because I know there are people like that in the world that will literally make anonymous payments and will know that they will remain unknown, entirely unknown.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, just because somebody has a lot of money or something doesn't make them bad people. It's, you know, there's a lot of good people out there doing really good things, but it's just never mentioned because everything is controlled by the MSN, and all they want to do is promote negativity. They don't want to promote positive things. That's not their job. Their job is to promote negativity. It's to keep us in a negative state.
It's negativity and envy. So they address their shows, they direct their shows to the people who are going to see other people's wealth as an envious quality. So they will have, through envy, they will have a jerk that's very wealthy, and you'll have other people saying, well, I'm not a jerk, I deserve that wealth, I'd be feeding all my neighbors, and da-da-da-da. Okay. Mm-hmm. And that's what they do. if instead they showed people who were really wealthy, who were doing really lots of good with their wealth, for instance, Roseanne Barr, then it would have a very different effect. People who didn't have so much wealth would think, wow, I'm not sure if I had that much wealth, whether I would establish all these organizations and dedicate that much time to giving my money away, you know?
Mhm.
So, yeah, it's programming.
It is. It's definitely indoctrination and programming. That's what it is. And you got to give. I have this discussion with many people about. You got to give them credit. These are very, very, very smart people who have been doing this for a very, very, very long time. They know what they're doing. They know how to move the masses. They don't work on an individual basis because they don't care about individuals. Individuals mean nothing to them. But they work on mass movements.
Yeah, that's their field. Their field is mass manipulation.
Mm-hmm. And they're experts at it.
Yeah.
That's where we got to. That's where you have to acknowledge that that's what they are. They're experts at it, and we are on. We the people have to slowly pull people back out of that system. You know, and it is like pulling teeth. It is like pulling teeth.
Yeah, especially when you have crazies like Ronnie, Event Skeptic, and the other dude. Did you see that, guys?
No.
Jeronism made a video. Oh man, it was both freaking funny and a bit tragic because they're obviously losing their grip on reality. And I mean that absolutely literally. They are losing their grip on reality.
That is it. They have got so comfortable in the fact that they've been able to do what they've been doing and getting away with it for so long. This is where they're making their mistake. They're making the mistake that they're not giving the people credit, and that's what's happening. Is they think they have their thumb on the pulse, but they don't realize that it's not anymore.
Yes, we're talking on cross purposes then. You were talking about the mass manipulators.
Right.
Yeah, totally. They when the heart rate changes and they've got their finger on the pulse, they have to have systems for bringing that heartbeat back to what's convenient for them.
Mm-hmm.
And when there isn't a way, when they can't figure out how to do it, then that's when they go into the special meetings and all of that kind of stuff for establishing what kind of organizations they can engage with who will help them figure out what's going on and therefore figure out how to bring the heart rate back to the level that they enjoy.
Exactly. It's all about the level they enjoy it. And right now they've got hemorrhaging because partly because of the internet, which they're trying to put plugs in. They've got hemorrhaging, and it's like I said to many people, this is the only time in history that we've been able to communicate the way we're communicating with each other as individuals.
And with the immediacy and we could speak on the phone, but for other people to know what was said and what was done, somebody would have to record it and put it as a file somewhere. Now it's immediate. People are knowing what's being said the minute it's being said, and what's being shown, same thing. The second it's being shown, they're seeing it. Fiber optics are a wonderful thing. But listen, guys, there are two people who call themselves flat earthers who aren't really flat earthers. They are they're crazy Christians who lean on the flat earth as something that props up their delusional beliefs. And they are as so-called flat earthers, they're completely I don't want to say absurd because I don't want to use the kind of words that globelings would use in general, but they are doing harm to themselves. They're not going to do harm to any kind of flat earth. And this is something I'd like to say. There isn't a flat Earth community that could be destroyed by a thing. Okay, flat Earth is a whole bunch of individuals with their own point of view, all of whom have seen elements about the Earth that are demonstrably flat. And then separate to that, kind of parallel to that, there's this flat Earth community-ness to it, which is that a lot of these flat Earthers, they get on well with each other. So you hang out with each other. That's what you do, you know. Vegans would hang out with vegans. People who enjoy a special type of whiskey would hang out with people who enjoy the same kind of whiskey. It's just natural. But those guys, the flat Earth movement guys, who are mainly about how well they get on with each other, rather than the actual flatness of the Earth, those guys police each other continuously, and they police other people. And are in that realm of the social aspect only flat Earthers, that's what these guys are doing is a huge harm to those guys. I'm talking about Event Skeptic, this teleporting sun map thing. They're doing a huge disservice to the community-minded flat Earthers. To the ones that are based on the real world and the fact that it's flat, we don't give a shit. So they're not going to do anything. No Bible or any other holy scripture is going to change anything. So, yeah, I watched Jaron's video on these two cretins, and they are. It was hilarious and tragic because they are obviously mentally unsound. Like,
am I getting Event Skeptic and Jed Skeptic mixed up? Is there two different individuals?
Yes, Jed Skeptic is a Scottish guy who does mainly kind of one-man hangouts. Yeah, and Event Skeptic is a Canadian guy who's mainly about the Bible and how the flat Earth supports the Bible and how the Bible says the Earth has four corners and therefore the Earth is square. You know, that's the kind of logic that these guys are intellectually quite deficient, so they bolster it with delusions of grandeur. Basically, they are one of Jesus's servants and proud to be one of Jesus's soldiers, and their job is to save other people. You know, even if it means killing them. You know, at least they've saved their soul. That kind of mentality. They're really fucked up people in the head.
Yeah, I know what you mean, and you're right about us as individual and flat earthers. We're not part of a society. We're not part of a group. I'm not personally. I'm not signed up to any group. So what I do is just for my own personal understanding of the realm I live in. Yeah,
and we share it with other people because that's what we do. You share your solar noon. You establish your solar noon. Other people and then. People go on about their life doing whatever they do, and that's it. You know, it's normal. Hillbilly, there's a lot of background.
Yeah, sorry, I just moved my laptop from the table to my lap.
Yeah, so there's a lot of cooperation, but it's always on the point where it's somebody's particular interest. Like now, Hillbilly was talking about making a line taut over water. So there'll be people out there who work with cabling who'll be saying, yeah, and people who work with water will be saying, yeah, you know, so they're more likely to go out there and set something up or share what they've been thinking regarding it, you know, regarding water, whatever it is that's their main interest. Somebody might be very interested in water and somebody might be very interested in taut wires, you know. So this is what happens. They hear Hillbilly and they go, hey, I'm going to go to Hillbilly with the thing that I've been thinking about. And that's how it goes. And same with me. People come to me and say, hey, guy. Well, they don't say, hey, guy. They say, hey, dude. Hey, marvelous, wonderful human being. Check this out. And they send me photos of a flight that they've catalogued every 15 minutes. I look at it and I think, oh my God, this is freaking perfect. You know, other than a freaking time lapse off the whole thing, which would be a pain in the ass because you'd have to keep stopping it to take down details. Instead, the details are taken down every 15 minutes. There's a break of like half an hour, and that must be when the meal came on the flight, you know. But still, 15 minutes, the whole thing. It's like, wow, with the background information, like here's the ticket, this is when the gate that we left at the time, everything. Here's the flight log. Here's what all the different maneuvers that we did. You know, you can see it's now tilting. You can see everything, and other things. One guy has passed me something, guys, that I'm telling you. I've mentioned it before, just briefly, because I've told the guy that I'm not going to. That it's his thing, right? This guy has made a discovery, okay? And it's his discovery, and it's not fair if I say, hey, look at this incredible discovery that has happened, and I talk about it or show it, because people would associate the discovery with me, and they shouldn't. They should associate it with a guy that freaking did it. So I'm in the process with him of replicating the thing, and eventually highlighting it with a hangout with the guy. Yeah. So I don't want to take his glory, basically, but it's fucking absolutely mind blowing. It might as well be paranormal. That's how and it isn't. It's real, but it's oh my god.
Oh well, we're looking forward to it.
Yeah, me too.
Looking forward to it. Yeah, and that's exactly what happens is people just hand you little tidbits of their lives and little, but you can glean so much out of it. You can, it's amazing.
Yeah. Right, listen, guys, I'm gonna go and make a coffee. I'll be right back.
Okay.
You know, I got to thinking about that. You do see a lot of that, people drawn to what they more or less like, whether it be in real life. You see alcoholics hanging out with alcoholics at the bar versus, and then, you know, they're more likely to hang out at each other's house too. Same thing with spiritual believers. So we see these in the hangouts, like-minded people going to like-minded people, but that's not out of the realm. That is the norm.
Yeah, it is the norm, and I'm one of those people that actually moves in and out of the realm, so to speak, because well, me being a non-drinker, I go hang around in lots of pubs and everything and stuff, and I don't know. I've always put myself into positions where you would normally feel uncomfortable, but in those circumstances, I actually think it's important because you have to venture out into spots where you do feel uncomfortable to get a better understanding.
Well, I think that's why I've done a one-man demonstration before. The very canal I shared a picture with, that's where our fishing derby is on our 4th of July, our Independence Day, you know.
Yeah.
And while George Bush was in office, during the fishing derby, I actually walked up and down that canal from one end to the other, went down to the falls that I was talking about, or the lock, and crossed the lock because it's got a walkover bridge, and then came up the other side of the canal. And for as far as you could see, the canal banks were just packed with parents and kids. I walked up and down that with my flag upside down, a sign of duress, right?
Yeah.
If individuals wanted to talk to me, I would talk to them. Those who gave me hateful faces, despiteful faces, I just smiled at them. Those who just simply said hi, I said hi in return. I never sparked conversation, but I never walked away from conversation either. And I felt extremely uncomfortable starting that walk, but I had to prove to myself I could do it. I could do it. This, you know, the world's definitely in a state of duress, whether it be by means of the UN or a agenda that I see that sort of supports PNAC and Project for a New American Century, to where it supports the Zionist agenda. I see. You know, not to be
Yeah.
picking on,
No,
but
I absolutely understand the difference between Zionism and Jews. So
yeah,
Zionism is a political movement. Simple as that.
yeah.
It's nothing
Well,
to do with
and
Jews.
there's a reason why they specifically call themselves the Zionist Jew bankers of Germany, and the transfer agreement. They give themselves that title, just like the United States the United States government gives itself the title of a corporation that can be documented in laws. And in the transfer agreement with Adolf Hitler, the Zionist Jew bankers called themselves just that, Zionist Jew bankers.
Yeah.
Or Zionist Jew German bankers. That's what it was.
Yeah. So they've set that. I don't like to talk about Zionism too much because it all of a sudden people start calling you anti-Semitic and everything like that when that's just a bunch of bullshit.
That's their ignorance, not mine.
Yeah. So, but yeah, it's putting yourself out there into uncomfortable positions where you are showing your opinion, and in doing exactly that, you smile at the naysayers. You just smile at them and wish them a good day.
Yeah. Yeah, I ain't here to bust your paradigm, but if you want to talk about what reality truly is, let's talk.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah. And I'm not saying I'm 100% right, but what I am saying, nobody can even address the matter in a mature manner, so evidently I have legitimate cause to question. When maturity goes out the window because you simply cannot answer a question or rely on a belief to answer a question, we've got a problem.
Absolutely. That's the whole thing. Is you can't answer a question through a belief.
Yeah.
So yeah, we have to communicate, and that's partly what's happening too. Is we've lost that art of communication. Open-mindedness. You got to have an open mind to a certain extent. It's a fine line we walk.
Yeah. I made another short video where I went after another guy, just did it a little bit ago, something on the fly. Although people like Sly Spark Kane and Jim Panda like to think individuals like us that don't even want to hear the counter arguments, well, that may be true for some flat earthers. It's not true for me. What I'm looking for is the maturely presented counter arguments. I watched a debunking video today where it said debunking the expanding earth and the flat earth. It's a 9-minute video, and I don't know what the so-called talking points is for the expanding earth other than the shifting titanic plates, right? And the separation of the landmass. The physics behind it, I never really looked too much into it, but his debunking was nothing, just what he was saying doesn't work in reverse. He didn't offer no proof. And the ironic part, in the whole 9 minutes and 2 seconds, he never addressed flat earth once. Never tried to make an argument against it. Never tried to make a pro argument for the globe. So why was flat earth even in the title?
Yeah. That makes no sense when they say, "Oh, I'm going to debunk flat Earth," and then they don't do anything to actually discuss flat Earth. They just go on to beliefs, back to beliefs again.
One of the old Sandy Hook shields that was trolling me when I was covering Sandy Hook, he made a video where he put my name in the title of his video. It was like a 7-minute video. Not once did he address me in the video.
Well, the guys that I was mentioning before that Jeranism has just made a video about, what they did was in a hangout they had, they started to talk about how they were going to debunk Jaren, and they started showing my video debunking my map and addressing it as if it was Jaren's map and as if they were addressing Jaren's video. It's like, the fuck are you doing? It's me and Jaren, we're two different people. We're not the same people.
When Jaren's video come out?
Yesterday.
Oh yeah.
It's only a short one. It's funny though. It is funny. There are, you know, usually, often you'll watch a video and there'll be kind of, you're watching it on your own and you'll smile away. But sometimes there's the kind of video where you find yourself literally laughing, you know, audibly laughing. It was one of those, you know.
Oh, good.
Oh.
I'll watch that one. Definitely.
Yeah, it's good.
Well, I'm going to have to step out because I need some rolling papers. I'm out and I'm desperate for a smoke.
Go and get yourself a box of them.
Yes. Well, I need a box. But yeah.
Yeah.
I'll be back in about 5-10 minutes.
All right, cool. Well, listen, I'm going to go too shortly. I have to go and pick up my father-in-law.
Right. Okay.
So if I don't see you later, I'll see you later.
Yeah, I'll see you later, and we'll meet up sometime soon, Antonio.
Yeah, cool.
Within the next, sometime during over this week, if you got time, we'll.
Yeah, we'll do the tracking. It looks like we might have a couple of days of the kind of sky that's going to give clear shadows. So
yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Cheers,
Cool.
pal.
All righty.
Take care.
Cheers. Bye. Man, it's good to be kind of back to normal, you know, in terms of sleep.
Yeah. You could tell you was ready to catch up on some.
Say again?
You never got caught. You could tell you was ready to catch up on some sleep. You never got caught up from tracking the sun. Had to run and.
Yeah. And when we were tracking the sun, there was one small point where Vincent was there, Chris Truthseeker, and Mike. And I thought of saying to them, hey guys, do you mind if I just lie down just for 10 minutes or so? But I thought, if I do, and somebody comes on and giving their reading, I thought, if somebody comes on and gives their reading and they shout me and I can't hear them, so Vinny calls me on the phone, so I wake up and I pay attention and they're giving a reading from, say, Botswana, okay? Brilliant, reading from Botswana. And I come to the board behind me and whilst I'm writing the thing on, because I've just woken up and I'm delirious, I wipe half the other stuff off by mistake, you know, with my hand or really mess up or something. And I thought, no,
yeah.
don't go into slumberland. It passed anyway. It only lasted about 5 minutes. It lasted for as long as I contemplated the idea. Do you know? The minute I stopped contemplating the idea, I just got up, made another coffee, and it was all fine. You know, I'm looking at chemtrails right now.
I seen him in the whatchamacallit skies when he had his camera out there.
Yeah, so I have chemtrails right now. The sky until now, recently, it's been a lovely blue. Now it has like a very faint filter of white on that blue everywhere, ubiquitous filter of white. So now it's a blue that's a bit pastel-y. And I'm thinking chemtrails are straight. Shouldn't they have a curve to them?
Yeah, well, if you know Barbie McGill, she made a video last summer saying exactly that.
Yeah, they should. There should be a curve to them.
Yep, the ones like you can see going east to west that may be offset from you a little bit south or a little bit north.
That's exactly what I'm looking at now. Exactly that. Yeah.
Yeah. Those ought to have pronounced curvature to them.
And yet they don't.
Nope. And you know, if you try to bring that up to the Glovers, what they're going to do is utilize perspective, the same perspective that would explain the sunset or the sunrise. They need it to explain why there's no curvature in chemtrails.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And there are still people who don't think chemtrails are a real thing.
You know, I made a debunking of a debunking chemtrails video one time, and I went straight to the Library of Congress. Do you know about House Joint Resolution 2977, 107th Congress, the Exotic Weapon Act here in the United States?
Yes.
Okay, under definitions, under Section 7 7 of definitions, it specifies chemtrails. Clearly spelled out, it defines it as a space weapon. It's a ban that's where here's the part that sort of throws me for the loop, because we know they're not being utilized at these altitudes, but the ban is to utilize them above 66,000 feet. Ironic, 66.
Yeah.
Yeah. So, you know, what's that?
So
66.
It's basically saying at the point where you might reach an altitude that you can't really reach, because what was the highest altitude that Phantom plane flew at? Wasn't it on that?
Yeah,
I forget what it was called.
No.
Anyway, so what they're saying is it gets to a point where buoyancy, it has a different state. There's a different state of buoyancy, which is where these loons kind of hang around.
The 12.5 miles of the stratosphere.
Yeah, so they're saying, how about you can't spray them above that point?
Yeah.
You know?
Since you can't reach there, it's null and void. But this bill didn't pass anyways, but so I make the debunking video, right?
Yeah.
And he says, yeah, your same piece of legislation also talks about extraterrestrials. So in order for your debunking of my debunking to be real, first you must prove extraterrestrials. And I made a debunking video of that, saying, first of all, we're talking about chemicals. To apply your same standards that you apply upon me, upon you, in order for you to debunk me, you have to prove chemicals are not real. Because we're talking about chemtrails.
Yes.
Right? Yeah. I had to prove aliens because aliens happen to be listed in the same piece of legislation, but we're talking about a chemical-based product.
Yeah.
So he's got to prove chemicals ain't real by his own freaking standards.
Wow, that's brilliant. That's such a brilliant way of not falling for the distraction that he tried to pull, which is move over to this other thing. I don't want to discuss that
move
bit.
the goalpost.
Yeah. Brilliant. Can you prove chemicals don't exist?
I thought you said Jaron's video is short on Event Skeptic and Always Fools.
Say again?
I thought you said it was a short video. Hell, it's 1 hour and 29 minutes.
Yeah, I mean, short compared to some of the other things that Jaron's been doing, you know, like or some of the long sessions that he's had with Behind the Veil, lift the veil. Yeah, on the whole NASA stuff.
I'd sure like to do a Sandy Hook hangout with them once.
With Lift the Veil?
Jaron, or I don't know how Lift the Veil stands on Sandy Hook. I never ran across him until I seen him and Jaron doing stuff on Monday nights. Or Wednesday nights, whatever it is.
Send them a message, man.
I should try to get in contact with Jaron once before. I asked Bob to even relay the message. Never heard nothing back.
I'll pass you his Skype details now if you've not got them already.
Well, I can, yeah. I'll make the attempt. David Wise was a disappointment to me.
Yeah, well, I spoke to him about it, and David Wise said, look, it's not my field of expertise. I'm looking at how to figure out flat earth stuff, and to go to Sandy Hook, where I'm just like anybody else hearing it, it's he said, it's just, I don't know what I can do for it. You know, that was his position.
He sure was before Flat Earth came along. He was all over Sandy Hook like fucking stink on shit.
Yeah, but it was the same thing that as the stuff that he was doing with the Flat Earth. With the Flat Earth, he thought up some experiments, some ways of illustrating, like the string with the sun being filmed from the end of the counter. But prior to that, he was taking stuff that other people had done and put it together. So what he did was, like, even the footage of Clinton, of Hillary Clinton, where you could see on the iPhones that she wasn't there, that was passed to him, you know. So I think that he thought that he was just going to be a hindrance. That's what I think myself. Right, send contacts. So now don't expect an immediate reply. I never get an immediate reply. It doesn't mean that he can't be bothered replying. There you go. It's in Skype. Oh, and Robert Shortman, the Antarctica guy, gonna have a hangout soon.
Yeah, I seen him pop online yesterday.
Yeah, so just thought I'd tell everyone. Don't know what it will be about, but we'll see. Because I'm gonna be on it, and I don't know what it's gonna be about. But hey, he's a nice guy. He's a good guy. You know, the reason he dropped out is all the horrible shit that was going on, and he thought, no, that's what happened. It was still there in the background, but Globe Thrusters, shout out to Political Hillbilly and Antonio, Flat and Vinny. Vinny is hopefully sleeping. And there's Steve Antonios. Dan Winfield is in the house. And let's see. Nightbot. I see Nightbot everywhere. And The Awakening. Michael Sabella. Or Sabella. Felix Siam. Oh, that was from earlier. Or unless she's there in the chat still chatting. And she hasn't gone to sleep. Jimbo. And Jonathan Dautry. Or Dautry. I hope I'm saying that well. Musbuzz. Or Muzbuzz. And like 32 people listening. Cool. Right, guys. Hillbilly, I have to go. I have my daughters are doing a dance show. So
No problem.
I'm collecting my father-in-law and we're heading off. I'm gonna have some fun watching them dance. They're pretty cool as well, you know. They're pretty cool. Yeah. They're very good at dancing. It's brilliant. Right. So I will see you later, Hillbilly. If you're still on when I get back, I'll jump back in. But I shouldn't expect that I'll be kind of that it'll be soon.
All right.
All right. Thanks for having me, Hillbilly.
Well, yeah. Have a good one.
Cheers. See you later.
Erwin Antonio, once again, Hillbilly hanging on a flat earth all by himself. Imagine that. Be with your people in a second, though. I am trying to send journalism a small message instead of just a impersonal contact request. I want to get the small message along with the request. At least if he turns me down, he had to see that the message was different. Anyways, hoping to get in touch with you to see if you would be, if you would give any thought to doing a Sandy Hook chat once and maybe a hangout. There we go. Where? Anybody know the name of that radio show that he and that other flat earth truther did a interview with the guy and some girl, and the girl didn't know shit about earth and journalism, had to school her on that, and then they slipped off into Sandy Hook. Does anybody know the name of that radio show? Let's see. Anybody still in chat? Anybody still in chat? 31 watching. 31 people watching a day. Come on, somebody give me an answer.
Hey,
Yes,
Hillbilly.
no. Yo.
Hey.
Yeah.
Oh, shit. You know what happened?
You slept right through solar noon, dude.
Yeah, well, no, somebody. Oh, man. Somebody
Sniped you?
sniped the hangout before this one.
Yeah,
And
that's what I heard in chat.
so I was busy, and then I was talking with my neighbor. He asked me, "Hey, Vincent, what are you doing?" And I was talking with him, and then it's such a beautiful, nice, wonderful day at the moment. And I was sitting in the sun, waiting until it's gonna happen, and everything was set up, and I fell asleep in the sun.
Antonio slept through it too. Don't feel bad.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, did he
Yeah,
call you?
he just left not even 3 or 4 minutes ago. He was in this hangout.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
Oh, man. I come upstairs. I'm almost burnt in my face. They were
Hey, before I'm thinking about it, before you step away, we mind sharing controls?
Oh yeah, of course. I'm not going away. I just have
All
to. Hey, let me show you something. Wait. So where is? Oh, and what is Antonio doing right now?
I think he was going to get cleaned up, get something to eat. Oh no, he was going to it with his daughter or someplace, or going to some dance. Gather's
Oh.
father-in-law, ex-father-in-law, or whatever. I forget.
Oh.
He told us.
Yeah, I can see my phone was too long in the sun, so I think I have to restart it because I think I got some messages from him. But hey, watch this for a moment. Can you see this?
Yeah. Let's see, Jim Panda, I actually deleted all my troll accounts. Yeah, so he says, because I reached 100 and couldn't make any more. So I'll get to make 100 new ones at my demand. LOL. Only way to rationally come out of this on top is in this situation, yes. 100, 1 divided by 100. Yeah, well, it only takes my mods. Hell, I don't even have to click and delete the 100 new troll names that they're making up. My mods will do it for me. I just sat back and laughed at the idiots.
Yeah. Somebody sent this screenshot, and I thought it was funny to see.
Send that to me on Skype, will you?
Oh yeah, I can. Yeah, I can copy and paste it and send it to you.
Yeah.
So I just missed Antonio. Oh, all right. Well, let me.
Yeah, not even 3 minutes. Not even 3 or 4 minutes.
Oh. Oh, I see. I have to read.
I didn't have 2 sentences out of my mouth about talking to myself. I was going to try to entertain people like I do on my own show when I'm by myself. Keep them entertained.
Excuse me. Antonio sends. Oh, that was a long time ago.
Yeah, he's been in here for at least 40 minutes, maybe an hour.
I have set up my sundial, and I'm marking the point at the. Oh, no.
If I was you two, I'd just wait until tomorrow because you both overslept on the same day, so it's not like one person lost the day's worth of tracking.
Yeah, well, I fell asleep. Well, maybe an hour before it started in the sun.
You guys are fucking machines, man. You're bound to shut down every now and then. System reboot. You guys have been dedicated rock and rolling all week long.
Yeah. Oh.
I can't wait until I get a free chance to get with you on that software. I understand it's probably be a couple weeks away before you get a chance to do it, but
Yeah. We've been a little busy on a lot of things, and
I totally understand. Don't apologize at all. Life gets in the way, then you got other projects in the burner.
Yeah, it's gonna be okay, Billy. It's gonna be okay.
Yeah. Yeah. Got until August 21st to make my video and get it out there.
Why so long? Oh, okay.
Because the
Yeah.
eclipse is on August 21st. That's all I want. I want to make sure it's out before the eclipse.
I understand. Yeah. I
Yeah.
understand.
Like I'm thinking about doing a 5-year reunion of Sandy Hook, right? And also I care that that's done before December 14th of this year.
Oh. Excuse me, Billy. I have to wake up a little bit. I was running upstairs. I thought, am I still streaming? What am I doing? And um, I'm gonna put some cold water in my face, and I'll be back in a minute. I'm so I don't know.
No problem.
I'm still confused. Well, at least my neighbor found it really interesting what we were doing, and I told him about the camp training, what was happening at that moment, and he said, "Well, Vinny, well, it's really interesting what you're doing, and the camp training, yeah, that's something." I showed him the pictures, I showed him what they're doing, and they are doing it at this moment. They camp training all day since this morning. It's I can see the normal planes and I can see the chemtrail planes. It's not normal. It's so fucking freaking mad. Sorry for my language, but it is so mad and bad. And he said, "Well, I'm gonna search for that. I'm gonna look for it." And I said, "Well, okay." He said, "But I have to go to the shop and I'll be back in maybe 1 or 2 hours." I said, "Well, I'm waiting here for the sun and for my friend to come in and uh, uh, do the soundtrack thing." He said, "Well, okay." And then he came back. He said, "Hey, Vincent, how you doing?" And I shocked and I look it up. And I thought, where am I? And I was in the garden in the sun, waiting. My God, sleeping. Well, anyway, I'm gonna put some water in my hand, in my face, and I'll be back in a minute. No, Billy. You,
All right.
you got control, so you can do
All
whatever.
right. Oh, now they did leave me all alone with you people. Watch out. I'm gonna go full blown hillbilly. Let's see. Did I give a shout out? Whoa. Either you guys ain't typing or there ain't 31 people, or maybe I need to refresh the page. 29 people, nobody typing. Let's refresh the page. Maybe I'm hung up. Yeah. I bet I am hung up. My page don't want to refresh. Come on. There we go. There we go. Oh, still the same text. And how many watching? Still the same 29 watching. I'm here, Dan says. Typing live. Typing live. Boy, if you could type dead, boy, you'd be in there for a permanent paycheck, wouldn't you? Just get you a job typing. Let's see here. What shall be today? It is kind of funny to watch these globetrotters. They do seem to be self-destructing. We got to witness the pleasure of seeing Jim Panda get his head handed to him when he actually tried to debate there, and you've been exposed to the point to where he's got to say ludicrous things that imagine a ball getting shot out behind you to explain something that would happen during a helicopter hovering above Earth. When a helicopter's hovering above Earth, it's not going in the opposite direction, it's going up. But he has to try to give an example of something going in the opposite direction, only to get a bitch slapped. His head handed to him on a silver platter by his own ignorance. Hey, shout out to Night Angel in the house. Hugs, girl, and I see that Flat Truth is back.
Yeah, I decided to pop back in. Went and got my papers. I got a smoke. I'm all happy and content now.
Yeah, you and Antonio and yeah, sure, Vinny playing musical chairs, man.
Is that right?
You left Vinny or Antonio talk for about 10 minutes. Antonio no more than left. And then Vinny came on. Vinny no more than left, and you came back.
Since there's three of us, that makes it a conspiracy.
Oh yeah, conspire to carry out an act. That's what kills me when people call me a conspiracy theorist, like 9/11 conspiracy theorist or conspiracy nut. First of all, let's expose your, talking to the individual. I'd say, first of all, let's expose your willful ignorance. A conspirator is a person who came up with the plan prior to the act carrying out. I did not come up with the plan for 9/11, so I cannot be a conspirator. Now, the conspiracy theorist is the person who came up with the plan before the act was carried out. A conspirator is the person who carried out the acts. I neither came up with the plan nor carried out the acts, so I am not a 9/11 conspiracy theorist. What I am is a truth seeker who bases my information upon facts.
That's exactly right. We don't conspire.
No.
We're not.
Yeah.
I was just outside. I just got papers, and I was just outside setting up my permanent sundial, and thought of several really neat ideas. Get you thinking.
Do you know if they've came across the situation since the actual equinox? I don't think they've had the chance yet. This is Antonio's first day home, so I may have just answered my own question. But I'm wanting to see them come up with the same phenomenon again, where Antonio's solar noon is before Vincent's, but Vincent is said to be east of him on the globe.
Yeah, they haven't done that quite yet, so.
Yeah, I want confirmation of that.
We're just trying to make sure that everything that we're doing is correct, because the compasses are showing that they can lie, of course. So
yeah.
So we're trying to come up with that one where once we get the shortest point on the shadow. And I was thinking about it when I was outside just now. Is you can do that with any object wherever you are. You just watch a shadow when it reaches its lowest point, and then it starts to grow again. You know that's solar noon. I mean, it doesn't matter. It doesn't have, and I was thinking things don't have to be level or anything, because the shadow won't lie. The shadow's not going to lie. When it reaches its shortest point, that's it. That's
you would still want it plumb.
Yeah.
Yeah, you'd still want it straight and plumb.
Yeah, if you're trying to find out the angles and everything, but if you're just trying to find solar noon on its own, it doesn't make any shadow out in your back garden or whatever. When it reaches its lowest point and then starts to get longer again, you've hit solar noon.
Because once you try to establish your arrow, you're going to use the base of the gnome, whatever you're using for a gnome. That's what you're going to start your arrow from. But when you're establishing it and what direction it goes, you're utilizing the top of the gnome.
Yeah.
That's why the gnome has to be plumb.
Yeah, when you're trying to figure out the angle up to the sun and
your
location and position. But as far as just solar noon, when you hit solar noon, that's kind of irrelevant. Because solar noon happens no matter what, and it happens on every shadow that goes around. And when I said to Antonio that when you're plotting your points, it's going to show up kind of like a dove's wing. Well, that shows that the sun is taking a circular path. That shows right there. Otherwise, if it was taking a dead straight path, your lines would be going vertical as in a V. They wouldn't be swooping.
These people who do go on that the straight line path, though, they can't they need an explanation to say explain why in our summer months why we got so much sun that, and in some aspects in late June or late July, early August, the sun is rising about 20 degrees for me, as I know 20 degrees to be, as I stand on that canal in my backyard that I know to be true north and south according to Google, right?
Yeah.
Okay. When I stand on it, I just barely have to look to not even quite 1 o'clock position to see to watch this sunrise. Well, that can't be more than, I know it's not no 45 degrees.
Right. Is the arc of the sun between Tropic Capricorn and Tropical Cancer? What is that arc between those 2 points? Do you know what it is?
You mean the mileage separation, or
no, the actual arc? Like, so if I'm standing on ground and I'm looking at the sun when it's in the Tropic of Cancer, so the sun's sitting really low in the sky for me, and then if I look at it when it's sitting at the Tropic of Cancer and it's sitting real high in the sky, the arc between that 2 points, I think it's what is it? Is it 23 degrees too?
Yeah, 23.5.
Isn't that amazing? The same arc of the tilt of the Earth.
Tilt. Yeah.
So you know that's bullshit, because now, you know, they had to compensate for that arc, and that's why they had to come up with that 23 too.
You ever look into the Analema orbit of the sun?
Yeah, isn't that amazing how it does that?
Figure eight.
Figure eight. You know, a wider figure eight at the bottom than at the top too.
The heliocentrics, I think, more or less try to put it on a horizontal plane. What's that figure eight pattern's in a vertical plane instead? If you understand that the Earth is truly flat and there is no 23-degree tilt, that just became, you twisted, right? So now it's vertical. That makes more explanations as to why the seasons work the way they do. Because after the moon or the sun comes north of the equator, right? As it moves up in the springtime, we don't experience the same temperatures that we do when it's in the same position going back. That's why it's the dog days of summer are always in later summer, right?
That's right.
Yeah. So as the Analema orbit went from the horizontal plane by understanding the Earth is flat, and now it's tilted that 23.5 degrees of the orbit, giving it elevation change instead of distance or east to west change. It's giving it elevation change. And now in the summertime, in this early summer or spring, I should say, we just went through the equinox right now.
Yeah.
The sun's on an upwards elevational path. Then it starts to slide down right before June 21st, and it hits the Tropic of Cancer. And then it drops even lower during July and August, and then starts to raise its elevation as it gets ready to go in the southern hemisphere. While the lower to the surface, the more heat. When's it hottest? July and August, dog days of summer.
Yeah, exactly. That's what I was thinking. That's why I think that 23 degrees, it's an elevation change. It's an elevation change in the sun. And if the sun was 93 million miles away, you wouldn't even notice that elevation change. So once again, there's so many factors showing that the sun is closer to us than what we're told.
I just pulled text up. Globe Thruster said, I wrote the radio show you wanted further up on. Oh, I don't know what that meant. Further up on. Follow up on? Hell. Who wrote a radio show?
I know video killed the radio star, so.
Right. I don't know if he's the individual that was in the chat the other day said I need my own radio show. I don't know what the hell I'll do at the radio show. Go broke.
Yeah, I don't know what's happened to Poncho. Anyone know what's happened to Poncho? Yeah, that's a good point, Kaylee. I mean, if we started on a sterile rock, with sterile water, where would life feed from? Good point. They just said you wanted the name of the radio show that Jaron was on.
Oh, yeah, I did. Too late. I already sent the request.
Yeah, it's a nice,
Yeah,
brilliant, sunshiny day, Dan.
that lady ticked me off when they got on the Sandy Hook. I could only laugh at her on when they was debating flat Earth because I listened to it. What was it? A little over a 3 hour show or something like that. I listened to every minute of it. But boy, when they got on the Sandy Hook, that lady pissed me off. I said, boy, I'd love to be there and just show her the actual words of the cops, prove the lies from the cops, and then say, tell me again, I don't have a right to question the events of Sandy Hook. I'm questioning the report, first of all. And it's the report that proves that the report lies or that the cops lie.
Well, I don't know what it's like in America, but I know over here in England that the majority of the police officers are Masons.
I wouldn't go the majority of the police officers. Masons are pretty rampant over here, so I'm firmly under the belief that they got the smaller organization to hide the fewer of the bigger organization amongst them. Most Freemasons don't understand what true Masonry ideology supports.
No, of course, my dad was a Mason, and yeah, he was always pissed off because he knew that he would never get into he would never go above 3 degree. He knew that he was
Yeah,
just a puppy dog worker. He was just a worker bee for the Masons. He knew
yeah.
that.
We got a Freemasons lodge here in town. It's been here ever since I've been in town, and it's in the upstairs of an insurance building. And old wickety steps going up there, and there ain't nothing but old people going there. Hard to believe that these people would have any control of anything, let alone they're lucky to have control of their bladder. I know they're not big shots here in town, that's for sure. So they're not control unless there's the secret government running the town too. Lord knows there is some corruption when it comes to local politics here. How
Yep.
our very own sheriff's getting ready to go to prison now. Got a gambling problem and got way behind in his bookie and so what he did is he borrowed some money off of a well-known established drug dealer by roughing him up, either to let me borrow the money or else I'm going to bust you. Then he couldn't pay for the loan back, so he went ahead and busted him. Well, the drug dealer went to prison, sure enough, because the evidence was there. However, he got somebody to listen to their story where it created a bigger story. The FBI got involved, and now that very sheriff is also in jail. Google his name, Sheriff Dan Beck. Or not Beck, Beck was the sheriff we had before that. Sheriff Sam Chris. That's it, Sheriff Sam Chris. Boy, is this man in some trouble.
Yeah, you know, people get in trouble and they do stupid things. Desperate, you know, desperate. You get into a desperate situation. You know, we're all human.
Yep. Antonio said that this video is pretty good and worth watching from Jeranism. I thought he meant when he said short, 10, 6, 15 minutes, but hell, it's an hour and a half. I want to go watch this real quick before me and the old missus take off for the day.
Right?
All right?
Okay, buddy.
All right, have a good one.
Yeah, you too. I'm going to have to shoot off here too. So
All right.
the chat's going to be pretty lonely with nobody there.
Yeah.
Okay, take care, pal.
Yeah, you too.
Hey, where's everybody? Okay. Well, there's no point and no meaningless meaning of letting Hangout run without anybody here. So, I think Hillbilly left, and I thought Hillbilly was waiting for me, but I think he's doing some other things. So I'm gonna wrap this up and see you next time on Poncho Chan, or maybe on Antonio's or Hillbillies. You never know where we are. Let me go back to the chat for one moment, and then I will say goodbye to everybody. Are you for real? Who are you? Is that a joke? Hey, Club Trusters, Steve Antonios. Hope Poncho's well. Oh yeah, he's great. He's doing awesome. He's busy with videos and taking some rest too. And like I did, I just started the Hangout and let it run, and people join. And I fell asleep waiting for the soundtrack. Oh, thank you very much. Hey, I would say, see you later. Wing. Goodbye. And thanks for the compliments. You're a great guy. I love you too. Yes, it's okay. He's very busy, and yeah, he was talking some. I don't know who it is, but he was talking about my mother, and I don't know. Well, that's his problem, not mine. Well, I'm gonna wrap this up, and I'll see everybody later in Antonio's Hillbillies or my own channel, this channel. I will say goodbye, people. Thank you for watching.